All right, guys, you are going to have to be the test case here. This is a whole new setup. Well, not a whole new setup. It's the same old setup, just rearranged and reduxed. I need to know if my volume's coming through okay. Of course, the intro is coming through fine, I'm sure. Sound is a go. Thank you, Stranded. Great to see you tonight. Hope everything went well with work today. So, yeah, Gam put a couple tricks up his sleeve here. Um, Number one thing is that now, thanks to the ingenuity of the wife, she found me a magnifying glass that has a giant ass light on it and everything else, and it's really for doing fingernails. Um, that is now the main light source, and it goes above the model instead of off on the sides. So hopefully, you guys will be able to see the models a lot brighter. Everything else. One of the other things you're going to notice here in a second, and I'm not sure. I'm still dialing this part in. I'm not sure if I'm going to like it. If I don't like it, I might as well just show you, huh? Glad it's the weekend. Yeah, I can believe that. We are going to see. So let me kill the title card. And oh, that's not good because that piece is no longer there and the mouse is in my hand. So first problem we have. Let me turn off the camera and back on. There we go. All right. So as you guys can see, the new lighting setup. I got one button. Boom, boom. I can change it darker, lighter, what have you. Down the shadow, right? Let's get the light bright again. Here is here's the real trick. So this one I will show you. This was the first attempt at a base, and it's got to get cleaned up. But let's see, we should be brighter, more locked in on the actual object now. Instead of all the clutter on the desk, I cleaned up a good chunk of it. Jesus, there's still a lot there, but should be able to actually follow now more on the model so that you can see the intricacies on it, like every one of the little skulls, Iron Man's helmet, all that kind of stuff. That's rough, Stranded. That is definitely rough. Um, so yeah, we have that, and I should be able to zoom in. Let's make sure my zoom is working clean. Yeah, I can get in super tight on my hands now. Um, yeah, you can definitely see some definition there. And then as good old Stranded has discerned, I should be able to do this. And as you can see, model's clean. Background, it should look clean. Um, Depending on what I'm working on, I should be able to go boom. We can just do space, the final frontier. These are the voyages of the Starship Enterprise. Let me see. There you go. Um, so when I want to display something, I actually, and if this works well, then I will do a small curtain actually hanging for when I do the paint out shot. I can do the background like this. You guys liking this? Little the way I've changed it around a little bit, adjusted my setup. Good to see you, Eugene. Always great to see you. Thank you for posting that video too about the anime thing, trying to explain what Rogue and I were talking about last night. That was awesome. It's a Gundam. He's all right. He just whines a little bit too much for my liking. Like in the beginning of that video, he did a great job at explaining how Western culture, like our storytelling, everything else, characters and all that, kind of declined a little bit. You know, world building, all that, and then he just went off the rails about like how he wanted to watch stuff where guys are in relationships with their younger sisters on pirate sites, and I wasn't feeling that part of it, but the other part of it I was. Um, let's see. So we have that one. Actually, I like this other background too. If we want to, is the background too distracting? Though is my question. Now, granted, when I go into black and all that, I will overlay this with paper towels. You can still see whenever I get a shadow there. You can kind of see where the background screws up a little bit. Um, so, like I said, I'm down to a single overhead light source at this point. If I turn this one on, I can get extra from the side. That should erase most of that shadowing where I'm getting it on the green screen. Super simple, super easy to figure out. We got the vortex. My standard GAM catches up. That's the lightning background that's behind my logo. I appreciate all of you guys. Everybody who's watching, smash like already. Thank you. So let's get one that which one would be appropriate. I think we will go with I think we'll just go with standard space that I download. And granted, I'm gonna find other backgrounds. Like I think we can come up with some cool ones. If you guys find like a cool animated GIF background, let me know one that you would prefer. But without further ado, I printed this guy out, and we're gonna lay him out real quick. Again, this one is going bye-bye. Leg's a little rough. I might redo it. But I've been going for higher detail. This is the reprint of that one. And this is the reprint of the back end of the base. Can you guys tell me who it is yet? Just by looking at the pieces? That goes to Goblin. As I lay this all out to you. That should be a dead giveaway, that piece right there. Zooming in on it, I will. Once I get all the pieces out of here, there's one particular piece that I will zoom in on because I'm blown away by how quality it is. And that is his head. Can you guys tell me who this character is? Just by looking at these pieces, parts that are here. And I'll zoom in a little bit. Give you guys that zoom. It's crazy how it looks like it's floating in space. Ruin the illusion by going off corner a little bit. Let me adjust. Can you guys tell me who it is? There's his torso. There's his pants. One of his legs or his boots. Stranded, amazing job. It is this guy right here. And hopefully I can get his head because the detail on this damn thing is just unbelievable as far as the face goes. Oh, in years to come, Stark, they remember your name. He's even got his scrot chin, everything. Bring me Thanos! And yeah, so these look almost identical, right? Like this one. Well, here, let me zoom out again. So get them all in there. So this one, right? That one looks pretty good. And this one looks almost identical. Right, see the break in the helmet? I accidentally broke it when I was pulling out supports. Here's the problem with it. So that one, when it goes together, if we look at the bottom of it, I hollowed the back end out. If you look, see how it's like split apart and everything. And this one, on the other hand, is one alignment. So our base looks clean. This is our base we're working with. We'll get that out of the way. Let's assemble Thanos real quick. Let's see how he looks when he's going to be together. And let's get a leg on there. Move him up a little bit. Trickiest part is actually going to be the one hand. Oh, you're not fitting in there. Did I put the right? Yeah, I did. Like, why isn't the right boot going on? Because it's at a different angle. Yo, what do we got? We got a jam here, a fail? Something happened? That's weird. I might actually have to fix that on the fly real quick. Yeah, that leg went on no problem. This one should. It was sliding in there the other day. What the hell happened? Something happened there. That's weird. Gee, that's peculiar. I love it. I'm guessing a little bit of resin is stuck in there. I don't have to redo the boot. Be a pain in the ass. Then I got to set up the primer again and all that. Where are my tweezers? Feels like a little bit of resin got in there and deformed the connector, which that ain't going together. And I don't know why. Weird. As I tested all connections earlier, and it was fine. Let's see. shaving it down a little bit. The fun of 3D resin printing when it deforms. Doesn't take much. One little piece can deform just a little bit on the interior, and yeah, it throws off the entire geometry of the key, which is what this thing's called. What? I was going to say, that is the right foot. What the fuck? What is up with that? That deformation is terrible in there. It's terrible. Trying not to cut my hand wide open on camera with a X-Acto knife. That's all I would need. Let's see something. What has happened? How'd that come off? Something happened where it dried in there and came off square. And I'm not sure how, because like I said, I have assembled and disassembled each one of the models that I'm going to paint their prime tonight about a dozen times. Getting them prepped and ready to rock and roll, all that fun stuff. And Thanos, I made sure was good. Just super odd to me. And all of a sudden, he doesn't want to go together. I might actually have to reprint that because something happened. I am not even getting partial way past right there on the key. I know, crazy, crazy shit, right? Damn. What the hell happened? Dealing with ultra microns and the damn thing crap somehow. It's definitely this left boot too, I think. I don't think it's the leg. I think it's something up here has collapsed internally, which it's not hollow, so it shouldn't have. But I am definitely. You know what? Give me 1 second. My voice is fading in and out. Is it? Hold on. Like I said, you gotta love it. I didn't have Devin to help me with my setup this time. Is this better? Does that boost my voice? Does that lower it? That's much better. Like, can you guys hear me over here better? How's that? Is that better? All right, hold on. I'm going to screw up more settings. How about now? Now I feel like my sound dropped off quite a bit. Then there's this setting. Nope, that don't do it. I'm going to say this is probably the best directional setting that I can put on the mic. I'm actually away from the mic right now. Yeah, this cool, Leo. If you go live, that's awesome. It's good to see you. Make sure you smash the like button, guys. Devin, always great to see you. Nope, I didn't find this in my mom's sock drawer. Um, clean this up a bit. Get this leg uniform. Closer. See where I'm linking. Can you guys? Got this little bit of flex here in the knee joint. It looks like, yeah, I'm actually seeing it right here. Let me do that. Probably back here. You guys can see where it's linking up. Gently just shaving it with the Dremel. Cut a notch in there. See if that links up better. That's better. Almost there. Right. Shave down, like it's hard to see in there, I'm guessing. But inside of here, if I bring it in and make the green screen crap, you can kind of see where I've got to work on. Almost. Come on. Where are you linking up? It's a deformity. It's a bad deformity. Okay. No problem. All right, that key is cut way down to the point where I feel like I should just cut that little bit off. However, I think that's got it. So, all right, one leg together. Now we're looking a little bit better. All right, we can get the stand out of here. Legs now fixed. A little bit of repair. Breathing in that dust though, no good for the lungs. Let's take a look at these legs. this part. This has got to be the most noticeable part. But his gauntlet. The Infinity Gauntlet. This part, I don't know if I'm going to be able to pull this one off and keep it flat. Simply because of how the arm sits out like that. It's actually pointing. Oh, no, I got it to stay. And then his hand that's extending off. These are going to have to get painted, and then I got to be delicate as hell with that. Delicate as all get out. But then he's going to have the sword basically. I don't think they're going to stay. So showing you guys the entirety of the model. Yeah, let me pull that arm off. I'll just show you like this. So basically the arm goes together like that with the sword underneath, pointing out, which is why you have the broken Captain America shield, the broken Iron Man helmet, and everything else. It's because it's from Endgame when he's basically tearing them apart, or Infinity War. But let me get the hand out of the way so you guys can kind of see what it looks like. Flip it over. So the sword's going to be a pain, but of course we have his. And I could have done him where he had armor, his armored head, or the bald standard Thanos head. But I decided on the bald standard Thanos head because they did such a good job in the sculpt on the face and everything else. I was like, oh yeah, there's no way I can't. If I can actually get the camera to catch it. So we got this guy in all his glory. And then, of course, we have the busted Captain America shield. And if we look at the actual baseline, you can see there's pieces of the shield here and here. It's because the shield actually snaps into the baseline. Do this without breaking it. It's a pain in the butt to get in and out, but it goes in there just like that. It is when I turn my voice away from the mic, and I got to be careful. Like I said, different setup. I have to figure out where the mic position picks it up the best when I turn my head away so I can actually work on stuff, which is why I believe this might actually be the better setting. I mean, if I turn it up like this, I think the mic gets way overpowered, and you can hear like that's me snapping my fingers all the way away from me. Um, I have to balance it though because I have moved everything on the desk. I moved where the mic placement was, where the lighting was, everything else. I've got my face away from the mic more this time. Is this better? Like, can you guys hear me better this way? I'm trying to do it where I have my face facing forward so I can actually work and talk at the same time. That's half the reason why I stopped painting is because I'm talking directly into the microphone and then turning away from it. I don't know if that helps. But yes, we have Thanos. And again, like I said, this base alignment, I must have reprinted this thing like 6 times, I think, to get the alignment just right. Let me see. Keep messing with this. Hopefully that's better. Actually, that might be blowing out your eardrums. Better, worse, Devin, Stranded. You guys gotta give me the thumbs up. All that fun bit. You guys are my well, Devin sat here. Shout out to Devin and her husband. Lovely people. Um, they when I was first setting up my setup originally with the old microphone, they sat here with me for a very long time. And while I went, can you hear me now? Like it was an old cell phone commercial. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Is this loud enough? Is that too quiet? Is it? Shout out to both of them. Okay, that one fits on there. Let's see how this back goes. All right, yeah, there we are. We are in balance on the sword. All right, that is better. Okay, good. Sorry about that, guys. Like I said, again, growing pains because I needed to change the setup. I needed to clean it up a little bit. And like even the background stuff. I'm not even sure if I'm going to keep the background stuff, if I'm being honest. Because the way everything is, I got to move it around. I got to mess with it. Like I can see tearing out on the upper edges, all that kind of bit. Zooming in's not bad. It's when I pull back. Might even have to lay out two of these to get the shot where it is always green screening. I just thought it was a neat little trick that I figured out in about 30 seconds to kind of fix this crap. Other problem is when I move the camera, because of it, it throws off positioning. Like that's still off. Why is that off so much? There we go. Yeah, so this guy can go in the trash, unfortunately. Alrighty then. Oh, righty then. So we got Mr. Thanos. Also, we got these big ass Tupperware things. So now each model is separated off. And I can put them in there. And then when I go to, I can just grab the project now, paint it, make it easy. And this is a Redux. I hollowed, made it lighter. I'll show you the original versus that one. And also, I'm still pissed about this one. I hollowed out another model, and yeah, there's one little piece. Piece came out perfect. The whole thing was out perfect, and then I snapped it, and I was like, "You son of a!" But let's see, he does not need to be painted. I still got. I picked these bad boys up recently. Heavy duty scissors, box cutters, and all that stuff. That's more of the behind the scenes kind of crap that I have to do to make this stuff work. This guy's got to get primed up. Make sure all his pieces fit before I get into him. I've definitely shown him off before. Yeah, see, like I have little tiny supports that keep popping up too. All laid out and make sure he's good. Make sure our connections are tight. It's not a bad connection. This one was actually one of the last prints done on my old printer. When that glues in, that should glue in there nice. Cool. I'm not going to keep the cape on for putting them together though. We just know it's there. Let's check his little helmet. Make sure his helmet's good. Still there, Sparky. Okay, the helmet fits on there, so that'll seal in nice. This is the right arm for this. Figure out which arm's which. Yep. Nope. Damn. Where's this other arm? It's got to be this one. That's one of these. Had Two options, picked the wrong one. Go figure. Story of my life. All right, yeah, so we are good on that part of it. Little hammer. The detail on the hammer is actually one of the cooler things on this one. You have all kinds of scribing on it. Probably should have hollowed the hammer out so it isn't so heavy. All right, let's look at the body. Body goes together nice. That's one leg. Oh, you give me trouble, leg. I don't feel like grinding another one of you guys down. Let's see. That one went right in. Okay, cool. Little froggy feet. Oh. There we go. So his little froggy legs. Yep, they're good. Lean forward like that a little bit. And I really am glad I learned how to hollow out bodies because that sucker is heavy. And this is his actual size. So you'll have the hammer up in the air above him with his little Thor hat on. All that out of there. And yeah, there's the other hand. So, yep, we are looking pretty good. Okay, that one seemed nice. It's looking tight. We're good on that one. That'll get painted. This one I'm debating on. I may redo them. I may just redo this whole damn model. And the reason being is compared to like the Thanos, the other models, like this base I can probably hollow out. I do like how it's like off detail too. But I can actually break this into like cut off from the boots, all that, the belt, everything. Because he's all one piece. This Captain America, I mean, he's a three-piecer. I did this on my old printer as well, which the detail is beautiful. Everything came out nice. He's already in black and ready to rock and roll. But at the same point in time, I'm looking at the size of them in my hand versus something like the Thanos I just did. And I'm like, he is kind of small, especially when I show you the last two that we are going to get in black. So I'll leave this up to debate in the chat. Should I paint him? Should I keep him as a test paint? Because I do have to practice with the new paints. So I also told you guys I would be kind of moving up in the world as far as my paint quality because I've been using craft paints, everything else. Now I haven't moved up in the world my brush quality. I'm still using crap brushes. However, the pigment in the paint, the smaller it is, the better coating you get, the cleaner it looks, everything else. Because my wife is amazing, she got me these a little while ago. These are specific for airbrush, right? Like model air, metallics, and all that stuff. So I should be able to get much cleaner stuff done with the airbrush in certain cases. However, today she surprised me and came home and brought me these. Let me grab them. Now, I don't know what possessed her to do it. I told her I was going to start using better stuff and everything else. She came home with these Vallejo paints that are actually like model paints. One drop is the equivalent of me doing the whole gob. There's actually one in here for like, yeah, you got yellow, all that kind of stuff. But this is an actual basic skin tone. So the skin toning should be a little bit better. I can lighten it, brighten it, whatever. Mixing it with a little white in there, which I don't see a white paint, but hey. We got just standard magic blue, blood red. Of course, we got a sexy purple. Well, it's blue violet. Yeah, it is pulling more blues than it is reds. Standard black. And then she got me a couple of metallics. She got me like a bronze, a dark gunmetal, all that stuff. But between those new paints she just got me and the old ones I have for the airbrush, I should clean it up. But I don't know. I think I might use him as a dummy to practice with those other paints and see how it comes out and see how the paint actually applies, because I feel terrible like getting rid of it's Captain Buck in America, you know? I mean, if he was Pakistani with a British flag, like a Union Jack across his chest, he'd be Captain Britain at this point. But now this is Steve Rogers, Captain America. I kind of feel some kind of way about just tossing him. So I think I may use him as a test subject. I mean, granted, it'll just snap something right the hell off. Probably one of the supports for the feet. Yeah, of course it was. No big deal. Yep. All right. I saw Smurf Blue in there, okay? Everybody knows that Smurf Blue. It's David. Jesus, David. If I did, then you'd be walking around with a mushroom stamp on your head, on your forehead, sir. Um, yeah, make sure you guys smash that like too. You guys help me out, I guess. I know it helps some way, so I'm supposed to ask and harass you about it. And Stranded, yeah, the original Friday Night Fuckery. My God, what a fucking mess. Oh God, Stranded and Sheree were the only two to stay there through the entire thing. I think somebody dropped, maybe one or two dropped in and said hello, right? But YouTube definitely did not hand out a notification. Then the microphone broke. What was it, like every 30 seconds? I had to start the stream before the stream completely closed out to reset my camera, everything. Just anything that could go wrong went wrong. And I was like, you're right. I was screaming. I will never do another Friday night again. And now I'm doing video game Friday nights, but those might end soon. I might just turn it back to painting on Sunday again because I've got too much to paint. Wait, you were at your niece's wedding during the original Friday night fuckery? 'Cause that was a disaster. I mean, look, you can't be there for every stream. Some streams I'm going to piss you off. You're not going to want to be there at anyway, right? Like if we're being real about stuff. It was just that one. I got asked a couple times. If we go back and look at chats and everything, you can find where people ask me a bunch of times, "Oh, move it to Friday because then I don't have to work Saturday, and yeah, I can stay up later and all this kind of stuff." And then I did, and there was like maybe three people watching, maybe four, and it was like one of the worst ones ever. Poor Stranded, poor Sheree. Shout out to both of them because they hung in like troopers, and we're just like, yeah, we're not going to let you go through this alone. I don't even remember what I painted, but I was just rip shit the entire time. Every time I'd open my mouth, I'd start talking, and then all of a sudden I'd just get Sheree and Stranded in the chat, like, no sound. Sound cut out again. No sound. I mean, that's not a bad idea. It's not a bad idea at all. Stranded, the shut up and paint stream. Um, maybe that might be a thing. Maybe I should reach out to like Indy, like over at Indy's channel, and say, hey, look, this is what I'm doing. I'm painting and everything. If you got people that want to submit music or whatever, maybe I'll play their music in the background. I'll give them credit, have it come up on screen, all that stuff. The whole thing is, though, I like E-Rock, Eugene, and in Six. That's one thing, you know. Guys are amazing. They've supported me this whole time, everything else. And if I can boost them, I will. Other people, though, like if they're not even coming in and watching my stuff or hanging out in the chat, like, then what the hell? Why am I boosting you? Like kind of thing. Like you're not helping me. Why am I helping you? Like to me, that's actually part of it. Is if you're helping each other, that's one thing. If you're not, then it's like, well, you want me to showcase you or something like this. Why would I showcase you if you're not going to showcase me? Like, or just go check them out real quick, and if they watch it, don't like it, and don't sub, don't watch or whatever, that's fine. I'm definitely not for everyone. um my co-host is a transgender smurf, so in a lot of cases, and people don't like that stuff in this day and age. They get upset. But yeah, before I even forget, so crazy as it sits, um Nancy Pelosi announced she is not running for re-election, guys. Apparently, she made enough money. She's squeezed 300 million out of her career, and she's out the door now. And yeah, no more Nancy. But here's the worrying thing. So, yeah, listen. If you, no matter how you feel about her, if you hate her guts, you got to give her credit. She made you feel some kind of way, and she was a good adversary, right? If you're on her side, then you're losing a valuable ally. If you are against her, it's a good adversary to lose, right? For me, it's one more corrupt politician down the tubes. The only thing is, we can now have Mitch McConnell going out, Nancy Pelosi's going out. Lindsey Graham, unfortunately, is staying in and running for re-election. I think real soon here. I'm hoping his opponent beats him. Like, well, his primary opponent, not his Democrat opponent, because he just needs to go to that old nutsack bag looking mother trucker. But yeah, Turtle Mitch. But the thing is, Chuck Schumer's probably going to go soon too. We're watching all the old politicians go away, and the new ones coming in. Um, it's actually a little worrying. Not because they were such, so amazing at their job and everything. They just kept the system running. And these new politicians that are coming in kind of want to break the system. In a way, I think it's going to be good to shake up the system on both sides. I can also see where things can go terribly, terribly wrong. So let's just hope for the best and prep for the worst on that one, because I don't know. I don't know that she's going to run for the Senate. That's a lot of work. And You know, unless she's going to be like a Kamala where she doesn't work at all, then yeah. Yeah, I could see her taking it then. But you got to remember, like, she kind of wants everything for nothing and her chicks for free. All right. This guy should look badass. And I will show you guys the one piece of this model that pisses me off more than anything else. That is Sinestro's symbol. Big is all get out on the bottom of this base. And everything stacks on here so you can't see Sinestro's symbol. He has to be assembled in a certain way, or else this thing does not go together correctly. And these are going to be flames, yellow flames, that are going to surround the model. All right. So we got one part in there, right? This one is one I'm actually looking forward to painting. I'm actually looking forward to painting all of them. But the lantern actually goes in the middle there. Sinestro's lantern. Let me see if I can do this without it falling apart. His lantern gets wedged in the middle. Let's see. Which of these feet go where? As the $1,000,000 question. Keep looking. Because, dear Lord. Okay, so parallax. We have parallax. His body is in two parts. Parallax goes. Yeesh. Let's see. Does that look right? It looks like it hooks right. Let me see. That's going to go. Parallax is going to go up higher. So yeah, there we go. His body piece goes in there. Like I said, headache to put together. The one thing, if I could change it, so parallax is going to go around like that in the flame. The one thing, if I could say to these guys that do these models, bruh, make the base easier. Granted, once the base is together, it's big, bold, sexy. You get some stunning results and details. But man, the amount, I think I spent more resin, twice the amount of resin on the base than I did the actual figure. Parallax's hand goes down here like this somewhere. So I find a hole for it. So he's got one hand that goes around grasping it out. And then his other hand comes up out of here like this. The reason being is Sinestro's leg actually goes here and then down into the model. Jesus Christ. It's falling to hell all over the place. Goes like that. It goes in there. The wings go off the back of Parallax. Oh my God. Putting him together is just what a train wreck. Which means that ain't where that goes. Figuring out where stuff goes, part of the problem. Let's see if that goes here. That goes there. So we're glued in there. This hand goes here, like so. What the hell goes here. Does his leg kick out from there? I don't think his leg kicks out from there. I gotta look at. I gotta put on the bottom half of this sucker and see how it goes together. That goes there. Here's his actual legs. Or his thighs, rather. So his thighs go like that. One stepping back. So that's going to kick back into lantern. That's that. How the hell does that kick back? Okay. So, yes. Apparently, this leg does go in here. Dear Lord. Yeah. That leg goes in there. And then knee joints. So it hangs in there like, if I can get it on camera, kind of like that off the background. Up into the knee joint. The other leg comes straight down, goes into the model base. Take some of the stuff off the damn board. Most complicated one that I have done as far as actual bases go, and I have to be gentle with it to make sure I'm not snapping stuff. Because some of these little pieces snap so easy. Clear the base off the board. Give me your damn lantern, you fool. And let's put his, look at the junk on Sinestro. Dear Lord, he's got a honker. All right, that goes on there. That attaches here. He's going to stand up in the middle of it just like friggin' that. Wobble, wobble, wobble. Yep, like a kid at Christmas. Well, that's, oh my God. Yeah, those are the heartbreaking ones. When I'm sitting here and I'm messing with one and I force it, and you guys have seen it. I've done that with legs before. For some reason, too. I don't know what the deal is. I'll have to look. Maybe I have to do a little bit longer cure time on them. Some of these joints have definitely deformed since the last time I put them together, because I know I've shown him off on stream before and everything fit together like tight as hell. And that's actually a little loose right in the neck now. I don't know what it is. Actually, I kind of do. I mean, what's crazy, let me see if this will come down far enough. This is the actual overhead light, and this is what I'm talking about with a magnifier. So if I need to look inside something and really find out what's going on, and bring it up to this magnifying glass and hold it at a certain angle and really look at levels of deformity, we'll say, in them. Here's his hands. Let me get them in there. And then this thing actually, I can tilt it too. So I can bend it out. And look for my old ass eyes. I can actually magnify everything. Also, as big as this thing is, I can probably burn ants like I'm using a nuclear powered laser on them. Shrinkage. Nice. And then, because of the way he is done. His arms go back like that behind him. And then he is, of course, holding the hands, like his hands together. These go on some kind of way. But they actually brace the background. I just got to hit the right angle with them. Yeah, there we go. I think that's got it. Does that got it? That don't got it. They're upside down, you jackass. So the hands will go back here like this. And hopefully we get a good length this time. One hand on top of the other. Oh my god, you son of a bitch. Unless I got them upside, yeah, I do have them upside down. Let's say. So, like I said, this one is going to be a real fun one for assembly. Not just the painting, but once it's together, my God, is it a sexy model? So, I mean, I can kind of hold them like that. And standing there in judgment of you. So we got him. And then last but certainly not least, the first one I did off the new printer, and this is going to be interesting to say the least. Because one, not only did I go big with them, but I hadn't realized that, you know, oh, I should hollow most of this stuff. I just printed them. And here's the base. He, just like Sinestro, goes together in a jigsaw puzzle kind of way. This thing is, this piece right here is like, I swear, like half a pound in weight in my hand. This is my original. This thing I could probably throw and knock out Goliath with. This was my redo. Super light, super better. And you can see the piece that I snapped completely clean off of it. This little strap right here that goes out to his goblin bag. This guy has gone through so many different reprints. So this is actually solid. And what did I do with the other butt cheeks? I had the other butt cheeks laying around here that I had hollowed. They're much lighter. But yeah, this guy. Pretty straightforward how he goes together. Here's the little bag. This little goblin bag goes in here like this, and you have to be super gentle because otherwise I will snap the other one off and I will be pissed. His bag literally hangs off the side of him. Why they didn't do it where it was up against him, it's a shame. This would have been so much easier to work with. Leg. There's a leg. All right, get his other foot on here. Super, super complicated one, but at least he's got easy assembly. At least he's got easy assembly, right? Kinda. Quadricep, or yeah, quadricep always goes out. So he's got his legs on there. He's actually riding. That's gonna fall off and break. Yeah, I knew that was gonna happen. But yeah, like I said, super slick. Fits together pretty damn tight. Looks good. I used the broken one just in case I drop it off of here. body. So he's actually on his goblin glider. Then we have this head. Actually, it'll come into focus. Come on. Pick up the... There it goes. So we have that head, which is more the masked goblin face. But I think I'm going to go with when he actually gets turned into a goblin by Mephisto face, which is way skinnier, more drawn out. To me, a lot more horrific. That's going to go up top like that. His head's hanging off. Let me take all that apart. Keep using the this body for the other parts of it, because here's one that pissed me off. So this is the original arm that they give you. They also give you these really cool pumpkin bombs with smoke effects flying off the back of them. So I'm like, cool, that attaches to the glider, right? Nope, no attachment in there. Where the attachment is right here. That fits in his arm. So it's supposed to look like he's throwing the pumpkin bomb, like it's in mid-flight. I had to go back and cut this little slot in and rekey it so that it fits in there. So now when it's together, you actually have the pumpkin bomb free and open where it can just kind of chill there. So that's got to get glued in just like that. And I had to do the same thing for the other arm. So the other arm, and I mean, if you're actually looking at the scaling and everything else on the armor for the arms, amazing. Amazing, amazing, amazing. But with this one, this is theirs, no cut in the hand. Mine, I had to add the cut in the hand. Reason being is because this pumpkin bomb is keyed right here, so it goes into his palm, where he is, if I can get it in there without busting it. So he is gripping it like that, getting ready to hurl the pumpkin bomb. And there's actually more to that smoke trail too. And then so when the arms are on there, they're going to come out just like this. And of course, you got the head on the body. So the head is all creepy and like that. So he's actually like riding at you, throwing pumpkin bombs. So your best bet for a Transformer, or for, because I got an Optimus Prime print too that I might do. This part I got to be super gentle with. Oh. All right. So doing a Transformer or what have you, the glass look, the easiest, best way of getting it is to either use a clear blue or a clear resin. So like say you're doing Optimus Prime's chest and you're doing the window panes on it, doing that. If not, then what you want to do is you can kind of fake it and go with a solid bluish tint. Like, let me grab one, show it to you real quick. Something like this color, this sky mist. And then you would paint this on the window, and then you do little white streaks over top of it so it looks like a reflection on blue glass. The metallics, they actually sell special paints so that you can metallic paint stuff. So that's you see me use them a lot actually when it comes to my folk art, which I'm not knocking folk art. It's just it's a craft paint. It's not really built for building. You know, it's not supposed to be used in the way I'm using it. Like you can use it that way, but reality is the pigment is heavier, thicker, everything else, so it doesn't spread as even, clean, all that stuff. But you've seen me use the metallics a whole bunch actually. Um, they make a sequin black metallic, which you've seen me use on like just the Grundy statue. Grundy statue is a good example. All his clothes, the reason why they don't match the black and the ravens and stuff is because I'm using the sequin black metallic and I'm offsetting it where I'm using more of a flat slash gloss black and it actually has metallic flake in it. They're cool to put through an airbrush. The only problem is that because of the metallic flake that's in the pigment, it it basically it'll jam the hell out of the airbrush unless it's actually built for an airbrush. So I'm careful when I do stuff with the airbrush using metallics in those shades. Oh snap crackle pop my back. Move my journal. Get this thing back to sexy. So, like, if I were to do, it depends on the transformer too. Like, if I'm doing an Optimus Prime, I'm definitely going to want a metallic silver slash gunmetal. I'm definitely going to want metallic blue. I'm definitely going to want metallic red. Black for the gun, like probably a dark gunmetal for the gun. Smokestacks would be in like silver, his body and stuff, depending on if he's transformed into the truck or regular. If I'm doing Megatron, he's more of a whitish metallic for the most part. Like if we're going by cartoon version, and then doing their symbols, um, you always want to do the Decepticons. It's always got to be a metallic purple. It's got to be a very pretty metallic purple. And then Autobots, I think it's blue. I think it's a metallic blue, isn't it? Oh, Eugene, you'd have to tell me. All right. The flames painted. Talking about Rodimus Prime. I think you're talking about Rodimus Prime. Or are you talking about live action? So if we're talking about old toy line cartoon, you're going to go with a lot more muted colors than metallics, right? If you're going for a more realistic paint, then yeah, but flames aren't that difficult, believe it or not. The trick is that you do what's known as layering with the flames. I've had to do it. I did it with the gnome I did of Captain America with the lines on him. Basically, what I did, I was like, okay, it all gets painted white. So I'm starting off with the white base. And then I've got to do, those candy stripe reds down his. So, like, let me grab the Captain America. So, let me see if you can see this. Yeah, you can kind of see it here. So this would be a white line. The one next to it's got to be a red, then a white, then a red, then a white. So what you would do is you use masking tape. You paint one color, so white, you let it fully dry, and then you cut the masking tape and just overline the ones that are going to stay white and then paint the whole thing in red. And then peel off the tape. And when you do, the white stays, the red straight lines. I'd have to look at the live action one because my problem is the difference between live action and cartoon slash toy line. They took a lot of liberties with some of the way they did the different Transformers. Like Bumblebee does not look like anything like he does in the movie compared to the toy line or the original cartoon. But yeah, we are normally I would be sitting here mixing up paint, getting the black folk art out and getting ready to rock and roll with it. Once again, amazing wife. She got me this Vallejo primer. I need to check the consistency on it. I've not used this ever. It came with this piece of tape over it too, by the way. Probably make sure the lid didn't pop up in shipment. But we are actually going to put this through an airbrush. I want to see how smooth it is, see if it jams my airbrush. See what kind of coating we get. Can we nail it in one coating? Is it going to take 2, 3 like it does with the folk art? First thing I've got to do is take one of my paint things. I need to see if this needs to be diluted in any way, which it doesn't look like it does. Let's see. What is my consistency on this? Damn. That shit, I just dotted it and it coated my finger. Two, 1, 2. So 2 dots out, and that's from the initial dot here that I can still go pick up stuff. I might be able to single coat these guys and really make them pop. It feels pretty diluted. Black is definitely smooth as glass, I'll tell you that much. Maybe we'll start off with Mr. Frog here. And I'm not going to use that much in my airbrush to start. I just want to see what we get shooting it out for the first time. Sure we're clean in there. I'm going to take a little water. Make sure we have it like 4 or 5 drops in there. Getting a good mist. I am. You can see the water beating up. And that was just a little bit of water. Boost it a little. Make sure we are absolutely clear on this. Screwing around with new stuff, guys. This is either going to be a disaster or pretty damn amazing. Give the bottle a good shake. I will. I've actually got the not your not a toy you can find in your mom's side drawer of her bureau next to her bed. It's this thing. Shakes the paint for me. Let's see what the difference is now. Normally my gun jams after about 30 seconds in the first shot. Like I might get off one or two models before it craps, but we are going to go gentle with this. We're just going to put a little in. Let's make sure paint's running through. Okay, here we go. Pretty damn fine mist. Of course, my hands are going to be black after this, but no shock there. Let's see how even the coat goes on. Yeah, going nice and gentle with it. Barely even working the brush. And yeah, I'm going to say that is fucking amazing. I should have jammed up. My brush normally tip dries by now. You're going to break it down, clear it. It is night and day, guys. Night and day. And that was like a small little amount. I barely hit it. And my God, the coating on it is precision. I mean, let's see if let's hit the hammer. No, I haven't tip dried yet. Nothing. I am pretty impressed. Much cleaner. Um, the fact, I mean, I've gotten away on the cheap end for a long time. And this was my big fear, is that getting a decent primer, decent airbrush, paints, all that stuff, that I would get results like this. And then it would render my bulk art kind of backwards. I am still going with the same bowl full of paint that I started with. Same bowl full of primer. I mean, granted, I probably should be wearing gloves right now, because it's going to be a bitch to get this paint off my hand. I'm not seeing streaks. I'm not seeing runs. I'm seeing very even coat. I mean, oh well, shit. I think my airbrush is in the way of you guys actually being able to see the coating going on. Let me adjust my hands. You guys can actually see. But like I said, I'm still running off the same original bowl full of paint, and the difference is legit night and day. Matter of fact, let me do a little zoomy. This way you guys can see a little bit better when I'm hitting it. I mean, the coating on that, you can see damn near every imperfection in it. You can also do this with the light. I gotta say, I am impressed. And yeah, it definitely feels like I went from Nintendo to Nintendo 64. Always keep the tip clean and wet. Yes. Let me clean out the airbrush real quick. Make sure that exactly what you just said happens. Yeah, I mean it's cleaning right out of the airbrush too. I am I am blown away. Granted, doing black on a color change would be terrible. Like if I had to paint colors right now, I definitely would be careful with the black paint. 1 second, guys. I'm gonna get gloves on because that coating is yeah, that shit ain't coming off. Like normally with the folk art, I can go like this with my fingers and rub half of it off. Feel like I just dug out of a grave or something. But yeah, I mean it's it literally cleaned up in a matter of seconds. I'm not having an issue. Give me 1 second, guys. All right, I went and grabbed myself some hand condoms. You know, grab myself some hand condoms. I want to see how this one dried out. Still got a little wet spot there, but yeah, the um, the coating on him is very even, very clean. I'm impressed. I probably used a little too much paint on this head. Probably go a later with it. But it definitely, I mean, the whole thing is coated. Where I would have little gray spots maybe here or there, anywhere I hit is full coat. I mean, I know there's a reason why the um, the price is between $1.19 bottle of paint and $7 bottle of paint, and I'm witnessing it now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. A little bit more. I don't want to go extra heavy in here in case it does jam on me, and not only will I feel like an ass, but then I will have to unload the brush, all that stuff, and I don't want to waste this. Yeah, it's a whole different ball game. Get one of his legs done. Definitely gonna have to switch up needles when I start painting the models with this stuff too. Because this shit is, I don't want to be wasteful with it. Get his other little tootsie here done. Can actually lock this down a little bit too. This is why I'm not firing off too much paint. I think I had a little bit too much flow before, a little bit too little now. Definitely getting a little low on the pigment in the bowl. Yeah, I'm getting low. Howdy, howdy, Rogue. Good to see you. Make sure you smash that there like button, sir. Appreciate you. Um, so yes, you're right about doing the using less paint, and it costs more and everything else. It costs more. You're using less. My thing isn't even cost at this point. Like it is to an extent, but my real thing is, am I getting the bang for my buck? Shit, I might be tip dry. Nope, I'm not. There it goes. Am I getting the bang for my buck for that paint? Like, is it going to look better? Is it going to look worse? Can I actually see what's in my head coming out? And then Eugene, I saw what you said about a giveaway. What kind of giveaway? I actually need like a trigger fucking airbrush for priming. If I'm being honest. Like, what kind of giveaway? Because I mean, a lot of this stuff I do give away. Like David's Himiko Toga. I gotta send Smurf out his, which I probably will right around Christmas time. I gotta mail out Conan to Mr. Smurf. Stuff like this. You Matter of fact, remember the Freddy? Pretty much all the models that I've done with some of the Marvel characters, with the exception of some of the Marvel characters, those are for me, and the DC characters. But everything else has either gone to my daughter, my son, whatever. Different people. Drop a couple drops of this in there. Let that shit work. Thin it out a little. Starting to thicken up. There we go. Now we're getting mist. I'll be looking on this. Yeah, back of your leg needs to get touched up a bit there, buddy. We got you. I think I am blown through on pigment though. I need. See if I should have one just sitting here. I do. Cheap little dollar brush. Like 500 of those for $1 or some shit. Like 50 of them for $1. Cool. Not even gonna screw around a little bit. Get it clean real quick. I mean, so that's just it. People suggest giveaways and stuff like that, but what would you give away? Like what? One of my prints? Like, I get it. I mean, I can see where that helps channels grow, but at that point, aren't you just bribing your audience to watch it? Rogue, if you want to talk or anything, You're more than welcome, you know. You just gotta let me know because I don't have my Discord up. Ooh, blew that sucker. Let me see. I think I'm gonna blow a lot of clear out of this. Yeah, that's no bueno. Too much airbrush cleaner in there. Not even going to adhere. Definitely didn't blow that out enough. Oh, forgot a dump cup. Forgot a dang dump cup. That stuff is no joke. I really should have mixed up airbrush cleaner before I started doing this and didn't. Give away a 2025 Dodge Challenger. Wouldn't you rather have a good car though? I mean, it's a pretty looking car, but I don't know how reliable they are. If you want to make sure nobody from the left enters, you just give away Tesla. Let me fire up my, just in case good old Rogie jumps in. And I'm not all right, there we go. I fired up I'm in Discord chat too, so this way anybody that has access to it, which would be Rogan Leaf, Smurf, David, of course myself, Danny Boss, or SE come on board if they want to hop in BS, we can. I'm just shocked that I haven't. Let's see something just to make sure I'm not lying to you guys and I'm not jammed up. Check my airbrush. Oh, no, I'm fine. Yeah, I'm firing through. I don't even know if you guys can see the mist. Probably can if I hold it a certain way. There's definitely good mist coming out of that. You know, I've seen down where I'm at, I've seen 4 or 5 different Cybertrucks. And every time my wife and I see one, I'm like, that is the dumbest looking fucking thing I've ever seen. Now, I'm sure they're beautiful and they're bulletproof and all these fun little things, right? To them, all the high tech and all this. I wouldn't be caught dead driving one. The Cybertruck to me looks like it should be used. Um, It should be used to split firewood. Like you should take the Cybertruck, stand it on its bumper on top of like a redwood stump, and then somebody should drop like a large sledgehammer on the back of it and split the firewood with it. It just looks stupid as shit to me. And maybe you guys got different taste and you like it. Like I see Stranded thinks it looks ugly too. To me, I'm just like I think back and it's like if Elon Musk really wanted to do something cool, do some like 50s like Fallout retro vehicle, right? Like looking thing. Like not a Jetsons car where it looks like a full bubble, but I mean like that rounded like everything looks like it's aerodynamic to it and everything. That shit's way too angular sharp. I feel like if you walked up and accidentally bumped into the corner of the, corner panel or whatever right by the bumper and the hood where they meet, you just cut your leg wide open from the sharpness of it. I mean, if you're going to spend that much money on a car, if I'm being quite honest, unless it's like old classic heavy metal, like, an old Chevelle or a Grand National, um, shit, we'll even say a Mustang, a Corvette. Well, I don't really know about a Corvette. Corvettes can be sexy, but but get something that you want something that's flash that says, "Hey, look at me! I got a lot of money and no penis." One of those type of cars. But go back to like old school, like a Himicuda, a Barracuda, a Charger, a Chevelle, Nova. Go back and go get one of those classic heavy metal cars. Invest in that because and have it upgraded to like here and now, so it meets emissions and all that shit, so you can drive it and just make it, like that. That's where it's at. A Thunderbird, okay, yeah, it's a classic. I mean the car that I just bought, I got it December of last year. It's a 2025. It was brand new, floor model or whatever. 4 miles on it, and that's because the wife test drove it and knows where the 4 miles put on that car. The engine in it is a three-cylinder engine, and I'm just like a three fucking cylinder engine, and it runs like a six cylinder. But I'm thinking of like back in the day, it was like, oh, you ain't got eight straight, you ain't got shit. At least. Stranded. That is probably one of the best descriptions I have heard of a Cybertruck. An Atari 2600 tank game, like good old what was that? At Battlezone, the Battlezone tanks. Yes, and I mean, look, I'm not going to knock performance on it. I'm not going to knock, the technology involved in it. I'm sure it's amazing. I'm sure the people who own them are probably like, I love this damn thing, right? For me, I'm just like, yeah, no, I just want something. Just give me something that I can use. It's just got to get you from point A to point B. What do you need to ride? Well, I guess I'm married to and all that stuff, and I'm older. But I see old guys that are always like, I bought a brand new, like, Corvette. And it's like, yeah, you're just basically showing, like, what do you think you're going to go cruising and pick up like 20-year olds in that thing? Maybe you'll get one or two, but it's not the kind of person you want in that car. Like, I think that's one of those things wrong with our society right now, in general, is people want flash instead of substance. And it's not good. What Flash is cool, and yeah, it's neat sometimes, but do you really fucking need it? There you go. That's a good call right there. Honda CRV. Right. Dude, I knew somebody who had a DeLorean when I was a kid. Like legitimately had a DeLorean. Their dad was. I mean, back then he was like, had like 5 million, 10 million in the bank or whatever. Um, but he would drive around in that DeLorean. It was always like that. It actually looked cool, and it stood out from everything on the road. But at the same point in time, what happens when that shit breaks? How much does that cost? How much did you pay for? Like there were all these different questions with it that we were always like, oof. And that's just it. Something like some people, it's all about the pickup truck, right? But there are people that I've seen driving around in a get out and push hoopty where the muffler is hanging off the thing. Like, I mean, legit has a hole in the muffler and you go while it's going down the street. Um, you have more bondo on it than you do body on the car because it's got all these rust holes through it and everything else. And like windshields cracked, and then you look and they have like you can hear them coming down the street because they put like a $3,000 stereo system with the whole bass kit in there, and then spinner tires on each one of them, and it's like, my guy, you spent probably 6 to a grand on each tire, but you put it on a piece of shit. Like what are you doing? The car's worth like $50. Like it just it's shit like that where it's like, well, but they hear me coming. They see the flash on the wheels. Like, man, and then get yourself a nice car. Get yourself a nice car, and then like that extra crap doesn't really matter. Actually, to tell you the truth, I think you said it right the first time, Stranded. I think you spelled that right the first time. Capacitor. The flux capacitor. Great Scott! I'm going to send you back to the future. I don't know if you guys watched. Musk was on Rogan, and he said he's going to unveil a car probably by the end of the year. And he said he wasn't even sure if he should call it a car. And the impression he gave was that this thing can actually fly. He was like, "I'm not going to do an unveiling before the unveiling," and he kind of like Joe was pushing him on it a little bit, but he kept going quieter and quieter with it. But yeah, I think they maybe not anti gravity, but possibly like hovercraft kind of deal. Don't worry, Stranded. That's what autocorrect's for. All right. Let's see. Does this have any? Yeah, it's saying I'm reading the instructions on the side of the bottle. It is specific for the airbrush. So cool. Flying car. Well, I mean, if it's Tesla, technically, if it had auto nav, well, there you go. Um, I forgot to ask you guys. Did you guys even? Yeah, it said like in the title, I put "Take Me Out to the Black." You guys even know what that's from? Like, wait, what I'm kind of alluding to there? Like, what show? It's actually the theme song to a show. I wasn't sure if I was being too cryptic when I put that in the title. Yeah, I should have known Stranded would nail it right away. Yep. Firefly, take me out to the black. Tell 'em I'm not coming back. Burn the land and boil the sea. You can't take the sky from me. Such a great show. Only problem with how dark this black is, I can't even see when my bowl's getting empty. Serenity would be a cool one to do. Um, I still have an Enterprise. The only problem with the Enterprise is that it is 1000% just one color basically. Like so, I could probably leave it in just a natural gray, and it would be a done deal. You know. Do a little water. Exactly, an X01. Eugene screwed me up with that because he had said something. He had said NX01, I think, and I heard him say it or like saw him say it, and then of course the first thing through my head was the game Mass Effect. And 701 is the designation for Shepard's rank in the game series. So I'm like, oh yeah, Mass Effect, and I'm like, wait, no, that's it's N7. Like, oh shit. I was like, I hope nobody who's a sci-fi nerd caught that because I'm dead if so. I one of the models that I haven't been able to find anywhere that I would love to do that I would love to do is battle. Well, I don't know if that's the name in English because I watched it all on in Japanese, like the original broadcast of it. But the Yamato Space Battleship Yamato is the name of the series, and in America it's called Star Blazers. But like with the wave motion cannon and all that stuff, I think that would be a badass one to do too. I have like a little mini of it. My wife actually ordered from Japan for me for one Christmas. It's like this is the only one I could find because she was trying to get me the Rocinante from the Expanse, which I always like the Rossi too. The Rossi's like a pretty badass ship. Yeah, yeah. The NXO one is gray. It's a shame. I well up until they did the one musical episode, I was watching. See something. Yeah, I am still getting fire through. I am definitely gonna have to gun oil this gun. Like, why is it staying on after I let go of the trigger? But not a big deal. Strange New Worlds. I started watching that. I watched. I'm all caught up on it, and there's a couple episodes in there that are just total dog shit. Some of them are. I was actually shocked at how decent the show was in general, but then yeah, like anything else, Star Trek, they have to go and kind of shit the bed with it here and there. And it's such a shame. Oh, am I jammed? I'm jammed. I had some nasty feedback right there. Let me pull that back a little bit. I'm still getting feedback. Why am I getting feedback? I should not be jammed like that. Yeah, I am getting fucking bad feedback. What is up with that? Alright. That shit could have been really, really bad. Let's see what I got going on. Run a little cleaner through it. Just use cover on it. I definitely got something jamming it. What's up with that? Holy shit. Why is that back blowing? End up wearing a ton of paint, guys. Let's take a look. I'm not seeing pigment stuck. I ordered replacements of these. This little piece right here, this nozzle. These things, sometimes they get hit with backflow issues. I've noticed on this gun. It's going to really piss me off. Probably from abusing the shit out of it from putting putting it through its paces. Look, am I looking clear through there? That shouldn't be back blowing. Damn, I blew it. I caught my. So much for that one. What the hell did I just do? Let's see. Run a key through it. Yeah, blue, white lights in the cells. Yeah. Damn, we're talking some nerd shit now. What was Next Generation? This should be clean. Let me see. Anything down the barrel? Barrel's looking clean too. Ooh, wait a minute. Looks like I have old pigment in here. This is not Vallejo pigment. Can definitely tell. Because it's like chunkier, older pigment. And it's fucking like all over the fucking place. Yeah, I mean, definitely some pigment stuck in there. Wash. out what's backing this up. I found some old chunky pigment from when I was using bulk art through this thing that I hadn't gotten out of there. That's usually when you get the back blow, when you get a little bit of pigment stuck in there. I don't know how I always lose the screen for this either. All right, let's see if I'm going to take a bath or not. Yep. What is going on with that? It's the second airbrush this has happened with, too. I'm getting like blowback out of the top. It's like something in the body of it is jammed. Like, I mean, like I got air flowing through, but nothing coming out the gun channel. And when I pull the needle back, all right, let's try again. It's almost like the needle and the channel aren't the right ones. What the fuck? Let me check something. I need to find my little wrench. I gotta kind of straighten shit up in here. I love it when this shit fails. It's so amazing. Take off the Mac valve and see if that has anything jammed up in there. Yep, Mac valve looks good. I swear to God, if I got to disassemble this whole fucking brush, I'm gonna be pissed. Just so you guys can see how much air pressure. So that part's good. No paint in the Mac valve either. A little bit of water. Let's see if it comes flying out. Yep, I'm still back feeding. Oh, you motherfucker. It's funny. I'm like, oh, you motherfucker. The dog gets up like, yep, I'm out. He's going to start throwing shit in a minute. Dog was like, just left the room like, nope, I'm out. Shit is squeaky clean. Let's see if I can find my little brushes. Got like 3 cleaning kits around here somewhere. Stream. Switch it over. I go up to a 5 mil. Really? I'll just take it up a notch. Let's see if this helps. Pull this out. If I put this 5 millimeter in there, or 0.5 mil, and this doesn't give me airflow, then I've got a major issue. And something in the body of the gun is jammed up bad to a point I can't see. I mean, I've got a little bit of paint on that needle, but nothing like super fucking crazy where it should be jamming it like this. That boy's in there tight. Water. What's up, Perry? Thank you for smashing a like on your way in, too. I saw that. I saw that. That man's playing Galga. So it is something in the nozzle. I don't know what happened with the other nozzle, but yeah, it's definitely something in the nozzle on that 3 mil, 0.3 mil. So I just put some water in here. And I mean, I'm getting full on fire through. I'm getting fire through where I have to turn down the, I'm gonna have to use the Mac adapter to adjust for that flow because that shit's flying out of there now. All right, let's try this again one more time with feeling. I'm gonna have to figure out what is, there must be like a piece of the old pigment in there that I've knocked free somehow. Hopefully this shit doesn't come out like a, just in case, just in case. A little. Oh yeah, there we go. We're back to air flowing. So it's something in that 3 mil in that the nozzle that is fucked up on it. And I'm guessing it's pigment in there. I'm gonna have to really scrub the shit out of it. Because now we are full on flowing again. No issues. It's exactly what it was. It was something with the old needle or the combo. Not sure, but we are definitely good solid saturation, everything. Son of a bitch. So it's the nozzle. Only thing that sucks though is I wanted to kind of keep it at that. I got another set of needles coming soon. I knew they needed replacement. I'm just more pissed because I wanted to keep it at a point 0.3. The 5's probably better for priming and everything, but I don't want to waste as much paint if I didn't need to. Stretch it out a little bit thinner. Now I have not gotten into Three Eye Atlas yet, um, but yeah, I mean it's kind of queuing it up there with the whole Star Trek talk, and then ran into the issue with the airbrush. Yeah, I do think that is something that I'm guessing you guys want to kind of, you know, especially the most of the people we got in here now might want to talk about. So has anybody been watching everything going on with this thing? Because I have a plausible, what I believe is a plausible explanation outside of it's aliens. What I think is going on, and like I said, I'm no um, physicist, astronomer, science genius, or anything else, but where we're at with it, it went around the sun, came back, and now apparently it is moving faster than it was before it got to the sun, and it has gotten smaller. And so people are like, like you got the fear mongers that are out there, and they're freaking out, and they're basically like saying, it's aliens and it's headed straight towards Earth and all this other kind of crap. I don't know about all that. I was a little concerned because, again, if I said if it goes around that sun and changes course, we might have something like some kind of sign of aliens, right? And according, I guess Trump is going to start doing nuclear testing too. Russia is testing nuclear bombs underground, all this kind of stuff. So usually that's when we usually get the sightings of aliens, um, talk of aliens. Same thing for, I guess, the Belgium airport. There's an airport over in Belgium that was just shut down recently because they had a whole bunch of drones, almost like the New Jersey drones, right, that we had last year around this time. They had that happen in the Belgium airport over in Belgium, and people were kind of freaking out about it, like what the fuck, and it's aliens. It's got to be aliens. They're coming down. They're going to turn the frogs gay. And then, because they're actually lizard people, they're going to go to Bohemian Grove with the Bushes, and possibly the Clintons. Um, then they're going to go visit Epstein Island. And next thing we know, we're all going to be living in pods eating bugs. I don't think any of that is what's going on. I could be wrong. I could be 1,000% wrong. I think what is happening with Three Eye Atlas is it went around the sun and got close to the sun. And when it did, chunks of it probably came off. Like, if the thing has any kind of water content to it, which we don't know if it does, I think they said there's no iron content by what they've measured. But whatever material is making up Three Eye Atlas, I am going to guess. And again, I'm not a brilliant man, and I am no astrophysicist or any of this bullshit, or even a typical astronomer. But what I think has happened is when it got to a certain distance towards the sun, we couldn't see, and chunks started flying off. I mean, it's had this mist around it the entire time, so it's obviously like leaking particles off of it, dust particles, iron part, well, not iron, but nickel particles or whatever. And I think the closer it got to the sun, it broke down some of the chemical component that actually is holding it together and basically like made it deteriorate. So if it was like water, if you get water close to something that's hot, even though space is freezing, the sun, our sun is a nuclear reactor. Doesn't matter how cold space is around it. And I think it got close enough to the sun, broke particles off of it, and then because it got caught to an extent in the gravitational field of the sun, it basically is just like Star Trek, like what was it, the Voyage Home, where they had to slingshot around the sun in order to go back through time. Like that was the only way to get their speed up fast enough. I think it's something like that is what's going on here. And I think you're going to see a lot of people fear mongering, panicking that it's the end of the world. But I don't think it's coming at us, and I don't think it's controlled by an alien life form. Does all that make sense to you guys? Or do you have some other theories? Do you, like, what do you guys think it is? Do you guys think it is aliens? Do you think it's just a psyop and there isn't even a Three Eye Atlas? Like, what is everybody's thoughts in the comments? I need to get more hand condoms. Stranded's right. I need to put some more hand condoms on. I'm just blowing this out real quick, making sure I don't get tip dry on the new tip. I'm definitely going to take apart the old one and figure out what the hell happened. Shit, am I even broadcasting anymore? Is there anybody out there? Just not if you can hear me. Is there anyone at home? All right, let me go get hand condoms. Okay, so the Mars rover sent back cylinder pictures from Mars. I did not see that, but Three Eye Atlases. I mean, when were those pictures taken? A long time ago, just recently, because Three Eye Atlas has been coming for quite a while now. That's what she said. About gay frog aliens. Where Eugene? You just wanted to talk about gay frog aliens. YouTube won't let him. YouTube's like, no, Eugene, you cannot talk about gay frog aliens. They are a special class. It's against our rules. You know that, Eugene. Just because you make music doesn't mean you can talk about the gay frog aliens. Oh, am I? You know what? Oh, you little bastard. That's almost bad. Get rid of that protector. It's making it drip. Or if that's what happened. The little protector screen that I had on there jammed it up. It filled up the drop, but instead of it falling out, it fell in. What do we got here, Mr. Froggy? The amazing Frog. Frog. Keys up there. That's looking good. Anything in here on this? Maybe a little there. More in that shoulder. Damn. And this is the smaller model. What a pain in the ass. So clean, clear on that. I mean, so the cylinder on Mars is interesting, right? What, that could be parts from something that crashed there that was ours, that, like a probe. Could be an alien artifact, could just be some random object. And I'm not saying, without Googling it yet, um, without even looking at it on Google. I can. My thing with Three Eye Atlas is actually with all kinds of interstellar shit. you ever look up, there's an interactive star map, and Randall Carlson, every time on his podcast, he'll bring that shit up and he'll show it. And he did one where he showed how close we come to getting hit by, like, basically not, maybe not world enders, but continent killers. So if it hit in like America, this shit would just wreck us, right? Like it would devastate the entire continent. Like we'd be fucked. If it landed in the ocean, just the tsunami itself would probably wipe out up until like the Appalachian Mountains from the coastline. Kind of shit. Investigating something like a cylinder on Mars or ruins on Mars, that's amazing for establishing alien life forms. My big thing is with 3i Atlas, because it's in motion, if it did pinball and it did break apart, it got smaller, changed direction, whatever. Well, now you have to equate for its current trajectory. So now let's say it was supposed to completely miss Earth, but now it's going to come closer to Earth. What happens? Changes trajectory again, cracks in half, pieces fragment off of it, and it hits Earth instead. Yeah, I mean, that's part of the issue. So one of the things with landing something on Mars versus Earth, you have no atmosphere. So if something impacts on Mars, the way I understand it, it's not like when it impacts on Earth. Something comes streaking through the sky and it catches fire and all that. That's actually the friction and everything else caused by our atmosphere and the oxygen and hydrogen, nitrogen, and all that in the atmosphere igniting around the object from the from the speed and the friction against our atmosphere. Mars doesn't have that issue. The moon really doesn't have that issue, which is why I'm shocked we don't go to the moon and go mine out some of those craters, because it's probably full of all kinds of goodies like gold, nickel, cobalt, lithium. Like it's probably impacted on the moon that never burned up when it hit the moon. It just impacted really fucking hard. Yeah. See, and that's just it. So if something breaks off, like it could be a small thing and breaks off and lands, it's not necessarily like, oh shit, proof of aliens. It could just be a piece of like a booster or something, a landing jet broke off. But the whole thing is, it's not like we can go out and, walk out on Mars, on the surface of Mars, walk over to it and be like, oh, yeah, it's just this. Unfortunately, we got to rely on something that is remote controlled by some ass clown. So, I mean, it could be something, it could be debris from us. One of those little things that we don't like to talk about. So they put up like a ton of satellites all the time, right? In outer space. That's how we have telecommunications, internet, everything else is all the satellite system in outer space. And they're always upgrading them, right? What happens to the old satellites? Do you think they bring them down to Earth and crash them? They just leave that shit up there. And then it gets hit by space debris and breaks apart or it fails or something like it's like a trash can in space around in the Earth's orbit. It's like what was the name of the movie with George Clooney and what's the chick's name? Sandra Bullock. Lives in space, but it wasn't Interstellar. I can't remember Gravity, I think it was called. But like, there's something breaks and then explodes, and then it starts accelerating because it's caught in Earth's orbit, and like tears apart like the International Space Station, all that kind of crap. Um, that shit probably happens all the time. Like there is all kinds of space debris and we have no way of cleaning it up. We're just literally leaving garbage. Eventually, as many satellites and everything as we're putting up there, we're going to just have like a ring of trash floating around the earth on the outside as well as the and on the ocean, you know? I think we tried that one, Eugene, for some reason, surviving on Mars. And I don't think Smurf and I did. I think I did by myself, and I didn't like it. Like there was an old one that I used to love. I think it was called Red Faction, and that was like older Xbox. That was a lot of fun. Yeah, I got you. They're questioning Three Eye Atlas. Well, the one dude, Avi Loeb, I think his name is. He went on Rogan and went through everything, and he never said definitively, like, "Oh yeah, it's definitely a spacecraft." But he's the same dude who said that shit about Muamua, and I think he's just saying that so he gets funding, so that we go out and go look at it, so he can, like not just him, but other people. We research it, and to be honest with you, he's not wrong. If we did have so much bullshit going on this planet, people arguing just even in the same party over is communism good or not, or is Israel bad or not. If we didn't have like all this conflict between each other, well, you're imposing on my land borders there, Russia. Well, you guys are corrupt and we need to tear you apart, Ukraine. Like shit like this, if we could get past all that and just actually focus on what is going on around us, I guarantee you there's a ton of stuff going on. And even worse is, I don't even think we should go to space yet. We need to figure out what's up with our oceans. We barely explored them. Like, I always, it blows my mind that, I think the person that's gone the deepest in the ocean, if I might be wrong on this, so you guys could double check and fact check me. I think the person who's gone deepest into the ocean is James Cameron. Like going down there and filming the Titanic and shit, and they met it. What is it? Marianas Trench? Is that what it's called? But I have this sneaking suspicion that if there are alien life forms and there are all these spaceships and everything, that's where they're coming from. Is either interdimensional, like they can open a portal and travel through, which would explain why we find like wreck UFOs and stuff. Well, if they're so high tech, how come and they can come all across space and they wreck and all that? Well, if they're interdimensional, you open an interdimensional portal. Like say we were to open an interdimensional portal, and in that dimension, the atmosphere is completely different. Gravity is completely different. 90% of what we know is completely different, including the physics. We go through that portal, and like just even the gravity, like say the gravity goes up by 2 points, we would fall to the ground and our bones would crush and our guts would come squishing out our mouths, right? Like our eyeballs would pop out of our head and everything. So like maybe those were test flights, test pilots that went through the interdimensional portal, crashed their ship. Man, I haven't seen Sequest in God knows how many years, but that was an amazing show. Yeah, because at first I was like, I didn't understand what the draw was to it. And then, of course, it went off the air, and I went back and watched it eventually. And it was like, oh shit, they found aliens under there. This is pretty cool. But yeah, I think they come from either interdimensional or thinking about just how the ocean is and the sea pressure. Right, that's part of the problem is we're air land breathers. We go down to a certain depth our lungs will pop unless we go down slow enough. If we come up too fast because we're coming up through, I think they call it atmospheres, and then you get the bends where you get these air bubbles, air pockets in your blood, and you get the bends, and you get fucked up really bad to a point where you can actually explode if you come up way too fast, right? You have to go into decompression chambers all the way up. So if you ended up descending under the oceans and you're an older species, or even humans, maybe it's just humans, and they ended up figuring out how to go under the water, control the atmosphere around them, or can actually breathe liquid, and their bodies adapted to it, so their bones would be stronger, all that kind of stuff. You would and develop like anti-gravity field around you, because then those atmospheres wouldn't make a difference to you, wouldn't affect your body. So then you're under the ocean, and yeah, yeah, you could have a whole society under there, especially if you know how to build a force field around you. So so basically James Cameron is the third deepest to go in the ocean. That is ridiculous. I want you to think about that. The dude who wrote Terminator, well, directed Terminator, Avatar, all these different movies, right? Like pretty iconic movies. And he's one of the dudes who's gone deepest in the ocean. Like what are we doing with our lives? It was a movie guy. That's just it. I also think, you know how they always say like the aliens show up over nuclear facilities, will turn off or arm their missiles just to show them that, hey, they can do it. Like you get all those stories, including a real incident that happened with Russia where it's well documented. That actually like has apparently happened. Think about it. If you lived on the same planet and you were under the ocean, you would have a vested interest in if we nuked ourselves, because we would evaporate our oceans. So you'd basically destroy their environment. Like an interdimensional being, I don't know about, but under the sea, as Eugene just pointed out, you would have a vested interest in there, right? You wouldn't want the ocean completely wrecked if that's where you lived. That is definitely not the way to go. All these different pieces are coated, dry, ready to be stored. I think I'm going to work on Throng. Well, I might do Captain America first, just to see how these paints go. He'll be my test model, and then I'll do a bigger one if I got those paints down. All right. These two still have spots that need to be hit. And let's get Sinestro out on the table, or out on the rug. Where's Bobby? It's okay, Finny. It's okay, Popper. You're a good boy. Let's get Sinestro ready to paint. But it's interesting to think about. Like, why would an alien species give a shit if we wiped ourselves out? The one I don't buy. So There is one I do not buy, and maybe it's just because I'm not religious. You're not gonna sell me on the MTG. They're fallen angels, they're demons, or stuff like this. That you're not gonna sell me on. I don't think religion has anything to do with these things. I don't. I think there's stuff that is interesting and compelling in, like, specifically Book of Enoch in the Bible. Well, if you read that into the Bible. But demons are always evil. Angels are always good, right? Like I'm not buying it. Just nothing in there is making me buy it. Go ahead, guys. Hit me with your best theories. What do you guys think? Am I like? Do you think I could be correct? Do you think I'm completely woo woo and just? I mean, I'm not saying these are definitive things. I'm asking questions, basically. All right, there, Cindy. Take a look at what your handsome face looks like when you're actually painted. If they come from the ocean, they aren't extraterrestrial. Yes, I agree. That would make them terrestrial beings. You're correct. And you think that's, tinfoil hat. That's supposedly why they destroyed the rainforest. I mean, there's a famous case of a guy who had all these sores and everything from walking with his boots on. His feet were basically destroyed, and he was in the rainforest exploring. And he had walked a good distance across it, and I'm sure you can look this up. I can't remember the dude's name or anything else, but he took off his boots because his feet were just torn up and walked through the mud of the rainforest. And we're going back in the day. Like, this isn't some modern day shit. This is some back in the day shit. And magically, it seemed that his feet had healed. And what it turned out was there was bacteria in the rainforest soil that had never been touched by humans or anything like this. Like, it's just out there vegetation. and the bacteria actually had a healing effect. Cured most of the wounds on his feet, everything else. Like, so there's definitely, I could believe that. I could believe that there are species of plants are natural cures that the pharmaceutical company would want wiped out. But I also think that when it comes to the rainforest, it's mainly just human greed. Yeah, and you know what? That would make sense. Hey, you know what? That's actually a logical argument. Yeah, um, I could see that. I don't think that's tinfoil hat at all. That is just the nature of humanity. Sometimes, sometimes that really is just human nature. That, well, we can't profit off this. Why the hell are we even going to bother? I mean, I say that a lot of times about the marijuana industry. There is stuff that you can treat with weed that, it's an all natural substance. And I'm not talking about the crossbred super THC boosted weed that we have nowadays. Just even the old stuff that, you probably have to smoke a pound of it to get what you would get out of a nickel bag today, right? But there was definitely healing properties where just pain management, for example, and I can tell you that from my own experiences, where they tried to give me like four different pharmaceuticals when I had knee surgery to remove bone from a tendon, and I couldn't sleep. I felt sick all the time. I was all fucked up. My buddy Guido came over, stuck a bong in my face, and said, "Smoke this," and the pain went away. And it was like just one of those damn things. Like, you have this natural painkiller that you can basically grow in your backyard. Why are, why are we prescribing all these drugs and stuff? Like, why do we need, this level of opiate or whatever if you're not dying from cancer, when we could have just gotten away with this shit? Is the fountain of youth real? I don't think so. So I think, just if you look at genetics, we have an alteration to, I want to say it's chromosome 36. I can't remember. I can't remember what it is. I used to know 34, 36, 33, but it looks like it's been genetically altered where after 120 years, our chromosome, our actual genetic makeup starts to break apart. Like, our DNA starts to fall apart. I don't think there's any way you can alter that. Now, maybe if you had two parents that were injected with something with that chromosome changed in the sperm and egg, and then the baby grew, and that chromosome from in vitro, like from conception, where it's just two cells before they start dividing, already has that chromosome altered, you could basically have a mortality. But think of having to change every cell in somebody's body, it would be impossible. Pharmaceutical, textile, fuel, and also never forget the tobacco industry, because tobacco has to be cured, processed, has to have all this kind of, it has to be treated a certain way for you to be able to smoke it. And weed, you could just pull it out of the ground tear off a bud, let it dry out, and smoke it, and you had more fun doing it. And yeah, you're damaging your lungs in either case, but much better for you in general. Like I'm sure the inside of my lungs look like a road on a hot summer's day with all the tar that's stuck on them. But just the same, I continue to smoke anyway. Not just because I'm addicted to it, because I am probably addicted to tobacco, but because I like smoking. I actually enjoy the act of smoking cigarettes or smoking my pipe with tobacco in it, not weed. I actually do enjoy smoking quite a bit. And it'll be the death of me one day, I'm sure. Yet and I know this as an adult human and still do it. I mean, it is kind of crazy though when you think about it. It was greed that fucked marijuana over so heavily. Yeah, this is the problem with the using this 5 on here. I blow through the paint much quicker. The primer paint. Make sure I get under his nuts there. I think I'm blowing through on paint again. Damn. I definitely really wish the 3 hadn't jammed up on me. Should probably hit this thing with a limiter. So I'm not releasing so much paint. The only other needle I have right now is a 2. It's clean. It'll take fucking forever. Going through. Damn it. Vapes are worse for your lungs, though, believe it or not. I know that sounds nutty to say. Vaping is much worse for your lungs. It actually does way more damage, apparently. But yeah, I could see them going after the vape industry. I mean, look, if they wanted, it's one of those damn things. You know, with the tobacco industry, the big problem is the taxes on it. I mean, the big problem with everything nowadays is taxes on it. That's why you can go to, like, get on a cruise or whatever, go outside the United States, and you can get cigarettes dirt fucking cheap. But in the United States, they're super stupid expensive. I know if I still lived in New Jersey, there's no way I'd still be a smoker. You'd have to have like a second job just to maintain your smoking habit, basically. It's ridiculous. Parallax. Man, this shit, like, one thing I can say about this, I didn't even hit spots in his mouth and it coated it. It just auto coated. Like, it's going to take me a minute to get used to this when I'm actually painting with it. Push up the last of that paint. That one's dry. Where the hell's... I'll put these away in Mr. Froggy's container. Make sure I didn't lose too much coating on it. But I am actually looking forward to using these paints and airbrushing this shit with them. I think it'll be neat. I think I can get much more. I have to get learn how to control the airbrush a little bit better, but I'm still a rank amateur when it comes to airbrushing. But I think I'll get much cleaner results. Yeah, his head. Just yeah, the result on that is nice. Vaping is worse than cigarettes because you're basically steaming your lungs and where your body will expel. All right, here you go. Cigarette smokers, have you ever noticed how much they cough? Reason why is because the tar and stuff goes into your mucal membranes, everything else in the lungs, and then bonds onto mucus. You cough it out. So it does damage, and you are damaging yourself. With vaping, because it's just water, your body, you never really, you'll see somebody take a huge puff off a vape and cough, right? But not as often as you do a cigarette smoker. So part of the reason is you are basically steam cleaning your lungs, but your body doesn't realize that it's a foreign agent, so it's fucking them up. vaping is just as bad, like just as bad, if not worse, than cigarette smoking, though, because your body doesn't even you're toxifying your body on top of burning it. Basically, like you're cooking yourself from the inside out and don't even realize it. But they're trust me, both of them are terrible habits, and if you can kick them, not start them, then don't. I mean, I'd smoked my first cigarette when I was what 14, something like that, 13, 14, and you know, true story. And shout out to him. Said I want to learn how to smoke cigarettes because I couldn't understand it. He's like, why do you want to smoke? I was like, well, I want to look cool, blah, blah, blah. Right? Like one of those things, like, oh, all the badasses smoke, so I need to smoke. And he was the same age as me, and he had been smoking for a while. And he's like, man, he's like, I'm not gonna teach you how to inhale right, any of that stuff, because you don't really need somebody to teach you. But I just, was like, hey, I need help with this because I keep coughing and choking myself. And he's like, yeah, because you know, inhaling fucked up. Like you're trying to gulp it down almost. And he's like, yeah, he's like, here's the thing. I will help you with this. After I coaxed him a little bit, he's like, I will teach you the right way to inhale a cigarette, but you can never blame me for getting you hooked because I don't want that on my conscience. I don't want it to be my fault that you became a smoker. And yeah, I made my promise to him, and to this day, I still don't blame him. It was my doing. If I want to blame anybody, I'm going to blame the Rolling Stones for the fact I smoke cigarettes because I used to listen to the song Satisfaction all the time when I was a kid. And he used to say, can't he, man comes on the radio, keeps telling me more and more pointless, useless information or whatever. Supposed to buy my imagination, but he can't be a man because he doesn't smoke. But yeah, it's not good any which way you slice it. And depending on your genetics, like unfortunately, my dad was a smoker when I was a kid. My mom never smoked a cigarette in her life. My dad, though, because he smoked before I was born, apparently there are markers in your genetics that you pass your receptors onto your children. So that's why, and shout out to him, shout out to Mister. Yeah, but like that's the good part of the cigarette. You got to get to the bad part. Um, Shout out to Mister because he told me one time, and I don't think I'm talking out of church because he had told everybody I think in the Discord. His parents were heavy smokers and they are suffering the consequences of being smokers their entire lives, and that's why he never picked up a cigarette. But and seriously, shout out to him because if your parents are smokers, there is a much better chance that you're going to end up a smoker because you already have the receptors. You already have those nicotine receptors built into you. Same way, like if somebody is their parents are like a heroin addict, they're going to have the receptors already built into them genetically to be more likely to be addicted to heroin off the first shot. I mean, the actual true answer is don't Don't do drugs, kids. Drugs are bad, okay? That means nicotine too, okay? There you go. That's the line. Tells me how white my shirts can be, but he can't be a man because he doesn't smoke. That is the line I was thinking of. Thank you, Twist. Thank you, Stranded. Because he doesn't smoke the same cigarettes as me. You know what's funny about that? That goes right to the song Brown Sugar, right? Brown Sugar. Never knew the damn lyrics. And once I heard them, I was like, my God, how did I not know what the lyrics were to this song? And there you go. Satisfaction. Same thing. I always thought it was man tells me how white my shirts could be, but he doesn't. He can't be a man because he doesn't smoke, right? And never knew what the next lyric was, and you just explained it to me. And that's how you get songs like Brown Sugar across the finish line on the radio with nobody bitching a fit. Nobody even paying attention to what the fucking lyrics are. Because the Rolling Stones, they just put together a good tune. Yep. Big League Chew. Um, Big League Chew was the shit. I remember watching baseball and that they didn't chew Big League Chew. They chewed chewing tobacco and like that's all they did was like you'd see them out on the mound and they'd have this huge bulge in their cheek and just be like between pitches. See, like I will tell you what, two stranded. When it comes to like Mandela effects, that's the why the ones where it's like you know, oh well, Darth Vader never said like, I am your father, Luke, or whatever, or beam me up, Scotty. There is a reason why I'm like, okay, I can understand that's probably just poor memory, like a fault in our memory. It's the ones that get me with the Mandela effects are stuff that I specifically remember when I was a kid, like Berenstein Bears, not Berenstain, or Fruit of the Loom having the cornucopia, stuff like that. That's why those Mandela effects stick with me, or where I'm like, yeah, there's this, that, and the other thing where I specifically remember branding. Good night, Eugene. Thank you for hanging in, brother. Yep, my school bus driver smoked while she was driving us to school too. I remember going to movie theaters and being able to smoke cigarettes, or airplanes playing with the ashtray when I was a little kid. Like I don't know if you remember that one, Stranded, but like airplanes, every now and again you'll get on like an older airplane. Well, I don't know how long it's been since you've flown, but you could get on like the airplane, and they always had the cigarette right there. Walking through the same way, walking through a mall. And New Jersey's notorious for their malls, right? But walking through the mall and smoking a cigarette while you're walking through the mall, and ashtrays spaced out all over the place inside the mall. Yep, glass ashtrays on the tables at McDonald's. There's definitely a time where everybody smoked. It's crazy. Now I think even to buy cigarettes, don't you have to be 21? Like same as alcohol? Then they up the age. I mean, we definitely grew up in a time that is much different than now because, like, just look at kids nowadays. Back when we were kids, you know, yeah, back in my day, back when we were kids, it would be like the week basically vanished because if you were a kid and like a kid went missing, for example, you'd be like, oh yeah, what happened to little Timmy? Well, little Timmy became the example of why you don't get into a stranger's car. Nowadays it's like, oh my goodness. But back then it was just like, yeah, little Timmy. Little Timmy got in a stranger's car and disappeared, never to be seen or heard from again. Yep, going to a restaurant, smoking or non-smoking. Same thing with planes, though. I think planes were like smoking, non-smoking too, which is ridiculous. You're in a tube. Yeah, I mean, definitely grew up in a different time. See how that one come out. That one's good. Yeah, I mean, 21 plus. Here's the thing though. This is one of those GAM just asking questions. How is it we raised the smoking age, right? put more restrictions on, and people are less healthy today than they were when we were kids. How did that work out? Shouldn't it be like, yeah, we put all these restrictions on and people got healthier? I mean, I guess in general, people are healthier, but I don't know. Shit. I got to clean the gun after this run. A little bit of pigment stuck in there. I'll tell you what, Stranded, that is fucking hysterical right there, but you're not wrong at all. You can also add in there, don't take candy from strangers, and yet, let them deliver your food right to your house. Like, that's fine. Oh, and make sure you give them your credit card information on a small device right to their pocket. Yeah, we definitely, the world has changed. Like, there was a point in time where it's like, oh my God, me and my boyfriend made me and my girlfriend, me and my boyfriend made a VHS tape of our time together in the bedroom. Now it's like, hey, pay me $10 so you can watch me and my boyfriend in the bedroom. Like what? Not just that, it'll be in high definition. It'll be like you can do it in virtual reality. It'll feel like you're in the room. Like what are we doing here? What a difference. Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. There was a time where got off our butts and went out and did stuff. Everybody, like if you wanted to hang out with everybody, well, you went to more than likely the mall, hung out, whether it was shopping or just hanging out at the arcade, or hell, even just some of the guys I hung out with back then. Go out into the mall parking lot, smoke up a couple J's, and just hang around the food court with each other. But you had to hang out in person, and people knew if you were an asshole, if you're a coward, you're soft. There was no hiding anonymously. Like everybody knew, Joe Schmuckatelli is. Yeah, he talks like he's a hard ass, but he's the biggest bitch. Nowadays, you can be online and be like, goat farmer 123, and talk a whole bunch of shit and get away with it with nobody splitting your lip for it. I'm 6'5" and I weigh 500 pounds. I can bench press. Brock Lesnar. Like, no, you can't, you son of a bitch. And even worse, now we've got AI coming into the picture, which is gonna make everything like 10 times more compounded, in my opinion. Because you're not even gonna know what's fake, what's real sometimes. Like, oh, here's the actual videotape of what Trump said during, you know, the fine people on both sides. We'll say, oh yeah, well he never. Look at this. This is the AI version. Not only did he say that, he praised Mussolini, Stalin, and Hitler all at the same time. Same speech. Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of guilty of that one though. I've definitely told my business to the world. I've definitely thrown. I'm not going to say I've thrown a shit ton of personal information out there, but I've definitely told stories and all that kind of stuff. You know, even just like my ghost stories. That's not something I should probably tell. I should probably keep that shit to myself because who knows how many people think I'm nuts now or a bullshitter or whatever. I mean, I can back it up, but most of the people I would need to back it up, I why would you believe them? You know, I will tell you this much. I my streaming numbers suck. I'm sure. I'm sure my streaming numbers have fallen off a cliff lately. I am thinking. Eh, oh shit! Drop my damn paper towels. I'm thinking maybe of doing away with like going back to Sundays and dropping Fridays, something like this. I don't know, Stranded. I'm so torn on things when it comes to this streaming shit. I really am, and not just because yeah, it's that time of year where it always gets thin this time of year, basically. Um, I'm looking at it more from the perspective of maybe I should slow down. I don't think I stop because I enjoy it and I have fun, but slow down, do less of them. I don't know. I also feel like I'm diluting myself. Not diluting, diluting. I'm gonna run out of shit to talk about. I mean, legitimately, I'm starting to improve things. I'm gonna say, especially if I got another airbrush coming, stuff like that. Getting better paints. I think the stuff I'm gonna be turning out is better. But maybe I should get off of the live streams and just start doing them as videos, and I can speed them up. Stuff like this, so people don't have to sit through like 8 hours of me painting stuff black. Things like that. It varies. So like when Smurf first started streaming with me, I was looking at the analytics real hard. Because we saw like a noticeable boost, right? When it was Smurf and I playing off each other. And then Smurf switched off and it was just me on Fridays by myself. And I was getting like the same viewer rating without Smurf that I was with Smurf. The painting streams are up, down, and the the middle. When I was first starting out, all I did was painting streams. So I couldn't look at them, but I had to look at them versus gaming streams. And it depends on what I'm painting. Some people will watch if I'm painting something that they're into. Like, so when I did David's Hikamo Toga, like his anime character, I got a shit ton of views. Well, I didn't get a shit ton of views, rather. I actually got less views, but I picked up more subscribers. People were more into the anime that I was painting. It depends. It depends on. There's so many different factors. But the legitimate part of it, I never really worry about that shit. It's more like, um, so like right now, for example, looking at U6, that's the other example. Stranded, yeah, you called it in one. Well, six more, yeah, he should be here like next 15 minutes. But that's the other example is you guys interacting with each other in chat. There are nights where I will have a ridiculous amount of just you guys interacting. You guys aren't even paying attention to what I'm saying. You're interacting with each other. Because I think it was Eugene who said this. Um, he was saying it about like indie stream. He was like, "Yeah, I was in there the other night, and it was just them talking, saying whatever the fuck they wanted to say, but not interacting with each other, and it screwed me up. Like I didn't understand. Usually, it's you guys interacting with each other." And I mean, Eugene's not wrong. Like I realized in my channel, for example, it's usually you guys interacting with each other. That's the fun part of the entire stream. Like it was something I learned when I was in ABL stream actually. Is that I I did an experiment one time. And what I did was I completely turned off ABL. Like his voice, I just muted it. And it was just them talking with each other. Right? Like I realized, like, no, I'm just interacting with. I don't even give a shit what ABL is saying on the screen. I'm just interacting with chat. Blow through real quick. Make sure I got no pigment stuck. I shouldn't, but just in case. Yeah, the only thing that does piss me off is I'm looking at like I think I need 3,000 hours to be monetized, and I'm at like 7,000. Right. And but my subscriber count sucks. It also, I would be lying too if I didn't say it hurts not having like normal crew in. Is like Beans is working all the time now. Well, working where she can't interact. Sheree not being here. A lot of the older guys that were here that just aren't, and not even because I pissed them off or anything. Like I'm sure there are certain cases where I pissed them off where they don't want to interact. But for the most part, it's just people. Everybody's busy with life. Right now is a weird time. Like especially we're in November, so as November goes through, it's going to get rougher. Come closer to Christmas, it's going to get rougher. It did this last year too. Like the more it gets closer to the holidays, the worse it gets. He's just reading headlines. Well, you know what? You're kind of not wrong. I've said that for a while now. Whole thing is, I swear to God, there was a point in time. Like if you go back, I'll bet you go back. There was a point in time where if you watched the Daily Wire and then watched what ABL talked about on his show either that night or a day later, it was the same exact thing with almost the same. I'm not going to say the exact same take, but pretty close to the same exact take as Daily Wire had. Shit like that, where it was, and I keep saying, I say this all the time, be careful you're not in a fucking cult. It's real easy to find yourself in an echo chamber, get stuck in said echo chamber, and then when somebody says, hey, you're in an echo chamber. So I give Candace Owens a ton of shit because she pisses me off with her. Oh my God, look at this. There's Egyptians involved now. Oh, look, now there's 12 Israeli cell phones that were there. Why would there be Israeli people that went to a Charlie Kirk rally? Oh my. It's almost like they wanted to hear what the fuck he had to say or something. You know, things like this. Looking for a boogeyman around every corner and speculating, pontificating on everything. The one thing you'll never hear me say about Candace Owens is that she's in her own fucking echo chamber, which makes her way, way more interesting. You know, it makes it way, way more interesting when you're not in your own echo chamber. There's a reason why I am not talking about some of the shit going on, or I'll touch on it briefly and then move past it. Because I could sit here for 25, 30 minutes and, maybe even longer than that and just go over everything going on now where, they've bashed the shit out of Tucker Carlson. I think I mentioned it last night for maybe 10 minutes and moved on from it, right? Where they're like, oh, he's the worst anti Semite, all this kind of. I don't want to dwell on it. It's such negative bullshit. Like, and objectively, if you think that shit's true anyway, like, I don't know why you're watching me because I'm kind of up the middle with things. So, I've tried to move the fuck away from anything that is all political. It's just, it's all just shit. Like, if it's topical and it's in the headlines, I'm talking about it. But if it's not, staying away from it. I mean, I can tell you now, if Danny Boss had come in, I'd have been, having a whole conversation with him over what he thinks about what Trump said about Nigeria, for example, because that's something that Danny Boss is into, and I'm sure he's got opinions, thoughts, and everything else on it. Like it's good, it's bad, it's ugly, you know. Yeah, I mean, well, let me ask you this, Stranded: would you still be watching, even at that point? Will you still be following, watching all that stuff? Still listening while you're at work, and hey, it's on in the background or whatever while you're working. because I've often said this. If I just have one person that is enjoying the content, chilling out and relaxing, having fun with this, and I'm still having fun with it, then I'm not going to stop. Doesn't mean it won't change forms in some way, or, like I won't upgrade, I won't adapt. But if there's just one person that wants to interact, wants to have fun, wants to watch a stream and relax for a minute, then fuck it. Why am I going to stop if I'm having fun? It's like playing games with Smurf. I didn't need to play through Green Hell for like the 10th time or whatever, or go back through it or Valheim or anything like that. But no, I like playing with Smurf. I like, well, not in a dirty way, but you know, I like playing with my brother on those games, and it's just fun to have everybody else kind of watching in on it. Yeah. So if anything, Stranded, there you go. That's it. Comes down to something my wife has taught me. Um, Give me 100 reasons, 10 reasons why you can't do something. Why can't you do this? Because it costs too much money, because it's too difficult, because I'm not built for it, not because of this. Okay, now give me one reason why. Why can you do it? Well, I can do it because of this. Whatever your reason is. Doesn't matter what the reason is, you give that one reason, and once you do, it's like, well, then you can do it. You're just, you're afraid of ponying up to the hard part of it. Well, my one reason is because maybe, just maybe, I'll never be big. I'll never be famous. I'll never have Tim Pool money or anything from it or any of this stuff or, Joe Rogan fame or anything. But I can get a good message out to decent people and they have fun and I make you relax for a moment of your day or take you out of just the shittiness of regular ass life, because no matter how good your life is, there are parts of it that suck for all of us. Then I've added something good. You have a theory about Tupac Biggie? All right, I'm willing to hear this. What about him? And the way the black goes on there is so coating, all coating and shiny and everything. It almost looks like metallic on there. It's crazy. Holy shit, that's fucking hysterical. Are you telling me that Biggie's like, hey Tupac, I love it when you call me Big Papa? Holy shit. That's a fun one. Nah, they both dead. They're definitely they've been shot. Like I've seen the there was. I mean, granted, like here's one of those things. You used to be able to see like there was a site, and I want to say the site was called like rotten.com for some reason. I think that's what it was called. But you could see like the Princess Di photos when she got in her accident and passed away, all that stuff. They had they it was one of those type of sites, and they had like pictures from the crime scene. Now granted, the internet's changed quite a bit where you can't find that stuff readily anymore, outside of like maybe the latest one like Charlie Kirk or something, where you could see like terrible shit. But yeah, I mean, I remember seeing, I don't know if it was Biggie or Tupac, but seeing like the crime scene photos. One of them was slumped pretty nasty in the back of a car, taken out, or in the passenger seat or something of a car. Definitely remember seeing that when I was a kid, and we're talking about a time where you can't fake it. Like faking shit like that, you couldn't really do it. It didn't look real. Like Photoshop, people weren't that skilled with it at that point. Let alone like in the nowadays AI. When I got AI video of Mr. Rogers and Bob Ross boxing it out because they're pissed off at each other, changes it. Which my money's on Bob Ross. He was a drill sergeant in like I want to say the Marines or something, wasn't he? He was a drill instructor, or what have you. Which is why he talked in that nice, calm, even voice. Holy shit, Cindy's almost done here. Let's see. Yeah, we are coded pretty well. Yeah, nice code. Oh, I can get hit again. Same thing with this arm, probably. Yeah. Fucked up when I set those arms down. They were still too wet. Same thing with this leg. Don't want that texturing in there. Parallax should be good though. Ooh, I missed a spot. Yeah, I'm telling you, if you look at the other times that I've done blackouts, the paint looks like just kind of black paint on there. This shit is, like you said, shimmery. Like there's something to it where it it's seriously coating the hell out of these things. And I'm not using all that much of it. I would use like 5 times the amount of paint that I already have. Now I still got Hobgoblin to do, but and touch up on Sinestro here. But yeah, you're not wrong. Like it's going on super smooth. Like here you go. Captain America's done with the other paint, and if I compare the Captain America shield to any of these, like we'll put it next to this that's dry. Like it's got a sheen to it, but this actually is like coated. Like I don't know how to explain it. It looks much nicer, much cleaner. They're both flat. That's the thing. They are both flat. Parallax's other hand. Yep, that's ready to go. Big arm. Quick, grab a hold of my strong arm. Yeah, I mean, it's super clean. Like I gotta nail this. I gotta hold it up and wheel it basically. Yeah, like the flames. It's gonna look amazing once it's actually like painted with paint. And the whole thing is, so I have the specific airbrush paint colors, but now I have these game colors, model color or whatever that my wife got me. When when I'm actually painting or whatever, I'm gonna be airbrushing now or start airbrushing more on the actual figure. So there'll be stuff like Sinestro here, all those little intricate lines. Yeah, that'll zoom in a second. Yeah, there you go. All those little intricate lines that are on there for his symbol on his chest, all the lines on his outfit, his costume, or what have you. I'll have to hit them by hand. But stuff like his leg here, good chunk of that is just yellow and black. So I'll just airbrush it and be able to get like a better context to it. Like in here, there's a little, I don't even know. Let's see if I can get that to go in there, but you can't even see it. This is textured right here. It's got like a super little, actually, I can kind of get it's got like a crosshatch texture. Yeah, gloss would look like I was painting glass at this point or porcelain or something. So I can't imagine. This is just primer. Like, if this is what the primer looks like, imagine what this color purple is going to look like on something, or this metallic. Like that shit's going to look like it's glowing. I'm actually a little stoked. See how it comes out. It's, because Sinestro in particular, he doesn't have normal like skin tone. He's a purple alien. So it's going to be real interesting to see what that looks like, how that comes out. Yeah, like just I'm very impressed with the product at this point. But then again, that's why it's well, the primer's not expensive. primer's like $17, I think, for that bottle. Each one of these is like $5 or $6. This little tiny, what is the? Oh no, here it is, right here. $3.99. It says it right on the back. And it's 0.6 fluid ounces. So that should tell you how little is in each bottle, which means I got to go gentle with the coating. But if it's coating like how this primer's coating at all, in any way, shape, or form, um, it's kind of telling me that this stuff is going to be unfucking believable. Like I'm not going to have to do like multi coat on it. Like one good run through is going to come out. I mean, let me get my hand out of the way so you can actually see. Like Parallax's face, you can see every. If I can actually get the camera to do its job, you can see every tooth in Parallax's mouth. Which Parallax is basically like there's different animals. Well, different animals, more cosmic entities that represent each of the emotional spectrum. And Sinestro, his core, the Sinestro core, is fear, and Parallax is like the entity of fear, basically. Yeah, like I mean, his head, like just the way it coated it and everything else. You can see the highlights in the cheekbones. Everything when I tilt it in the light, you can see everything to do with him. His little mustache, the whole 9 yards. The angry eyebrows. I'm gonna have to be like real gentle when I'm gonna have to bust out like real fine brushes when I'm actually brushing them. It's gonna be it's gonna be. I'm like I said, I'm actually excited about switching up. I do. I feel like I've thrown off my training wheels a bit with just painting, and it's time to move up to like intermediate level. Like, and I'm gonna suck at it at first, but hopefully I adapt, overcome, and just get better as time goes. Because I look at my time painting. I can go in the other room and just look at my wife's cryptids, for example, and I look at all the different ones I did, and it's when I first started painting and all this kind of stuff. And it's they're not terrible, but they're definitely very basic. And then I look at stuff that I gave her 6 months, a year later, and it's wow, what a fucking difference. Um, so now I'm at that point where I'm like, okay, well, let's step up another notch. Let's start really watching YouTube videos on from different painters. There's one guy, his name's Grounded Effects. He does an amazing job. Shout out to him that I watch, and I'm just like, yeah, I think I can hit that. I see what you did there. I see what your technique is. There's another old, like I say old. I feel bad calling him old, but he's like, I swear he's like late 50s, early 60s, and he paints minis like Warhammer and shit like this. And he goes over the techniques he's using, how he's getting this look to it, and everything else. And I'm like, yeah, I could definitely paint on that dude's level more than likely. Yeah, I mean, the thing is that $4 or whatever, but I also you got to remember what I originally envisioned too, and I guess this comes into it's time to start changing stuff up. Like if I pull back the curtain and we got the space under there, are the stars still twinkling, or did that fail out? Looks like some of them are twinkling. Let's see. I'll pull this away. Yeah, stars are still twinkling, right? If little upgrades like that, Like even just the backdrop or what have you. It's crazy. Yeah. I mean, I'm trying. I'm trying to make it better for everybody. Granted, that's not good for anybody. Because now I put in bleed in on shit. Matter of fact, I need to do this. Flip that back around. Turn that inside out. But, you know, upgrading some of the way I paint, the way I'm seeing the colors in the light, the way the camera's done. Um, and again, I'm using OBS, so I'm using free software. And guys like SE is going to move his stream inside, and he does want to have people on the show where he's having conversations. So somebody like an SE, if I can sit there and say, "Hey, brother, this is how I have my shit set up." It didn't cost me a goddamn dime for the software or any of this stuff. you know, like, and help him, and he gets monetized. You know what? Then I did some good in this world because he's a good dude and he deserves it. And he's already got 22, I don't know, 1,000, 1,500, 2,000 subs, whatever it is. So all he's got to do is get those watch hours and he's golden. He can get monetized and help somebody else out. The only thing I was going to do with monetization money besides give it away to, like, to shit, like mainly the government because they're going to rape me. But was just buy more, like upgrade my paints, upgrade this, upgrade that, and I'm already starting to do that just natural. So that's because I want to produce better stuff. Thing is that this is one of those damn problems. I got to find more cryptid prints because I'm almost out of stuff to paint for the wife, and she's like the main proponent of why I even do this painting shit. She's like the biggest I don't want to say investor, but yeah, investor, but more she's the one who's all about it. And because she does the nail art, she's got her nail art and she also does photography and sells like postcards or whatever. Her shit's already paying for itself and then putting her out ahead on it. I got to get it where my stuff's paying for it. But in order to do that, it goes back to what Smurf always says. Hey, you did a good job painting it, Gam. Now sell it. Like, son of a bitch. Like, it is going to come down to me selling prints or whatever. Like Eugene was saying, like giveaways. Like every time I saw some shit where it was a giveaway, most times that shit was a scam. And they give away. I'm giving away like $500 Apple gift cards. Like that's kind of fucked up. Or like what happened with Beans with that one dude. I don't even remember. You know, I don't even remember what dude's name was, but Beans, like whoever had the biggest super chat won like a PS5 or something. Beans is still waiting on that motherfucker. Guy screwed her and all his viewers over, like completely gypped them. It's just bullshit. But that's one of those things where I want my stuff looking. I'm never going to be professional, right? But I want it to look almost close to professional as possible before I hand it to somebody for money or something, because it's like I'll feel like I ripped somebody off, you know, and I don't ever want to feel like that. Like I basically spent a good chunk of my life debunking and overcoming being conned or con men, however you want to say it. I don't want to be one. That's shitty. Yeah, I mean, what is the, all right? So explain this hashtag shit to me too. By the way, you've said that a lot, and you're right. You and Sheree have both said it to me. And Stranded, the reason why you have a moderator's tag isn't because of anything more than I fucking implicitly trust you on these internets. You're a real deal person, and you're a good person on top of it, right? We've had this discussion where you have people that will make their entire chat. Oh, everybody's an admin. Everybody's got a wrench. Are you fucking retarded? Like, well, I mean, that's a rhetorical. Are you retarded? Of course he's retarded. But the point is that, you know, why would you give that away to everybody just because they view you? Why would you do that? Like, you should only give it to people that you truly trust, and they are the one voice that you can hear in the crowd that will tell you, "Hey, you fucked up. You said this wrong," or they'll grab your back like you did an amazing job the other day, where I was talking about defense and violence and how you have to be if you have to defend yourself, and you were like, "Gam's not," you know, you put up the disclaimer of Gam's not telling you go out there and cause violence. He's saying do this for defensive purposes. Perfect. But like, so I'm trying to understand the whole hashtag thing because I did have hashtags. I think like entertainment. There's a bunch of them, but I had to select a bunch of them on the channel itself, and I don't know if that applies to the videos or the channel. Gotta remember, I just threw this shit together, slapstick. I never well, I've added on better equipment, stuff like that, but I never refined anything really. I'm just starting to refine things because it's the logical conclusion that if you're not advancing yourself, then you might as well just put your retarded face up on the internets, watch other people's content, sit in the background, maybe drop a comment every like 30 minutes with some Christmas lights twinkling in the background. And I definitely am not that guy. Like, my shit's got to be original and my own thoughts and everything else. It's just because that's how I am. Just waiting on that base to dry. Yeah, that came out pretty. Such a shame that symbol's going to go bye bye. Like, I'm not even going to bother painting it because I know it's covered up. I'm lying. I'll end up painting it anyway. Just because I know it's there. All right. That's the only thing left to dry. Shit, I still have Thanos to do too. I'm like, well, that's almost everything knocked out, and I just realized I got Thanos and Hobgoblin. I got to crack out. As soon as that base dries, space, the final frontier. These are the voyages of the Starship Enterprise. Its continuing mission to explore alien worlds, to seek out new life, new civilizations, to boldly go where no one has gone before, except for everybody. All right. Should I go to a different background, do you think? Like, I mean, would it be better if I went to this background, for example? Looks like the fucking desk is on fire behind the spray paint. I gotta find a really cool one with like sunlight and clouds and shit. Maybe two lesbians kissing or something in the background. Now that I know I can do this, I will definitely be looking up more backgrounds because then I can. I like the space one though. Now that I know I can do this with this program, this software, which means I got you. I got you stranded. Now I understand what you're talking about. I got you. Um, I got you. You know, one of the you know what I'm gonna have to do. I will go to some of the other channels and look at how they hashtag their shit, and then just learn by example, basically. All right, what do we got up next? Thanos. It looks like. Let's get get a coat of paint on Space Grimace here. Hobgoblin's gonna be brutal. I'm saving him for last. Okay, I will definitely. I will have to look into it. Stranded. That's awesome advice. Thank you, my friend. Um. Oh, yeah. I am. I am actually excited to see how I do with Vallejo. See how I do with these brush. I like my old brushes on Vallejo. All that kind of stuff. Just to see how it looks, how it coats, how much paint I use. And again, I've had the airbrush paints as long as I had my red airbrush, which the seals are blown on. Like it's done. It's done. So it's toast, garbage, however you want to call it. And I'm gonna have to. I got a new one on order, so that's gonna get replaced with another red one. Clean and then go from there. Yeah, I think it's time I get a little more serious on the painting aspect. We're gonna draw some happy little trees. Get stuff where it's actually looking super solid. So when somebody goes, "Hey, did you get that Henry Cavill Superman yet?" and I get the model, it's like, "Yeah, here he is." Oh, it looks like you just slap some paint on his face. He looks like an asshole. Why don't you just draw a mustache on that thing and not CGI off it, right? Or CGI it off, right? Make sure I am clear on this brush. And then we'll start rocking and rolling Thanos here. credit to your race, Stark. I hope one day they remember your name. Only thing is, Tony Stark is Doctor Doom now. I've been hearing so many mixed things about Doomsday and what it's going to be and everything else. I don't know that I like it. I think it might suck. I have pigment stuck in there. I can tell because I'm getting bottom spray out of this thing. The moment I'm done coating this, I'm going to clean the shit out of the tip. That's what she said. Because, yeah, I'm getting spatter. I'm not getting clean spray anymore. It's not atomizing right. Yeah, it's definitely not atomizing. What the hell's hitting it? What got stuck in there? Well, that ain't good. Oh, that's I need a little gun oil in it. I'm not even holding the button. That air's still coming out. Like the valve got stuck open. That's why I was getting spatter. You gotta keep that tip clean. You know what I'm saying there, Gam? You don't clean that tip, you're just gonna lose it. Thank you, Stranded. I do think it's funny, sitting there talking to Stranded Smurf. I don't even know if you're still watching from work, but think I think Stranded's doing a hell of a bang up job. What say ye, Smurf? What say ye? All right, cool. And that, yeah, that's definitely got to get. I'm gonna actually do a tear down clean real quick. I think because that is starting to get ugly. A little bit more detergent in that gun. Nobody likes a dirty tip, okay? You This is an old Smurf. Smurf will set you straight on it. All about the tip. Okay. We used to play this game back in the day. We used to call it just the tip, and you used to have to check it and make sure it was clean. And if it wasn't clean, then we sent you off to the doctors, and they had to clean it for you. They would rip it right out of you. Okay. They'd take a set of nail clippers, they trim it up a little bit, and put it back off. And then if you're lucky, maybe they'd reattach it, but doubtful. Okay. Oh shit! Out of nowhere, just six. What are we doing tonight? We touching tips? We're doing the usual six. I'm using the Vallejo. Hey six, check this shit out. I green screen my background. So right now it's set to space. You can probably see the one star twinkling. I can do this actually. Check this out, six. Make you feel like you on fire. Or give you a conniption fit right here with this one. I figured out how to do it earlier. So now we can do all the different ones when I'm painting. I got it set to the space one. It's more chill. Yeah, I mean, can do. I got to look up and find more animated backgrounds. I'm not gonna go crazy with it, but make it look good. Oh yeah, but yeah, fucking. I've been talking about doing that Sunday shut up and paint stream. And Stranded's like, yeah, you should get Eugene Six and Erock together and have them do the background music. So it's just playing the entire time when I'm not talking. I was talking earlier. It's funny you say that. I was talking earlier about Three Eye Atlas and all that shit. How people are like panicking. Have you heard anything like crazy with it? Or do you have any crazy theories on it? Fun woo woo. Smurf interjected real quick and he was just like, "Hey, Gam, I think that Three Eye Atlas. I think that could be the Smurfs coming to planet Earth finally. Okay, they're coming. They're gonna pick me up, take me out. We're gonna go smoke a bowl or two. You know the thing, Gam." Use that to clean. That cleaned out the nozzle a little bit. Yeah, definitely check out Six's channel. Boy's a great drummer. He's fantastic. He's beating on them bongos like a chimpanzee. He ain't working. That's the way you do it. You play the guitar on your MTV. I always like the unedited version because I remember that shit used to just play on the radio. You know, the little F the little F with the earring and the makeup. The little F, yeah, that's his own hair. That was always my favorite version of that song. Yeah, Stranded's all over it like a fat kid on a cupcake. I'll tell you what. Stranded's all over it like Prince Andrew at Epstein Island. Actually, let's refine that one a little bit. It's all over it like Prince Andrew on a new violet, Epstein's Island. We better. We better. Yeah, we're getting that coding again. Shit. Let me tell you something, Six. Hold on, let's see if I can't get the camera to focus in on Thanos' face. I warned you about this, Six. You better play the drums, Six. Good old Space Grimace. Hola, hola, Beans. How are you? It's good to see you. All right, Beans, I got to hear your take. Tell me about Three Eye Atlas. What do you think? You can go as woo woo as you want with it. I'm humor in all opinions. I want to hear different people's takes on it. One of these days, I'm gonna get smart and do what the one guy suggested and just buy. I can't remember what primer it is. It's just like a spray can of primer. It's like $2, and you just hit the whole damn model outside with a. It's basically like spray paint. He swore by it. He's like, yeah, it works just as good as anything else. There you go. Yeah, I mean, well, that's one of the things I said. As far as we know, it's not going to hit Earth. But my theory on it was this: if and I don't know if you were listening or not earlier. I know you're at work and all that shit, so you can't really hear it sometimes. But my theory on it is that when it went around the sun, as it got closer, because it's being heated by the sun, it basically broke off parts of it, or made it break down like if it had water on the surface at all. Like that evaporated as it got closer to the sun and split that off into space, and then it went around the sun and slingshotted from the sun's gravity and headed back this way. So it changed trajectory and shrunk a little bit. But yeah, the whole thing is if another piece of it like were to break off, maybe it might hit Earth. If it changes trajectory by a little bit, it could. I doubt it. I think it's too far away from us for some reason where it would really have to change trajectory to come smack us in the mouth. Say, what's up, sweet tits, and hit us. But yeah, as far as I know, it's not. It's not going to hit. Although I look up in the sky and I see a bird. It's not. Is that a bird? Is it a plane? It ain't fucking Henry Cavill. What is going to hit us? Then yeah, that might be a different story. You're listening all night. Okay, cool. Thank you. Appreciate it. Um, yeah, I hear you, but be honest with you, that if it's my time, it's my time. So there's two people in my life. This is kind of creepy, actually, that have said that kind of sentiment in the same way, and they died a week later. I shit you not. I can't make this up. Right? Not if it's my time, it's my time. Wasn't what they said. What they said was, when your number's up, your number's up. And the two people that said it, there was this girl I knew when I was in grade school. Her dad had said it to my mom, and he got into a car accident and died a week later. And there was this other lady who said, "When your time's up, your time's up." Uh, Actually, I don't think she said it to my mom. I can't remember who she was saying it to, but she was a waitress at the bar. Maybe it was my mom. My mom was picking me up from work because my mom was bitching about something. She said, "Well, when your time's up, your time's up." And I want to say she got in a car accident too. Now I'm thinking about it. Yeah, I refuse to say when your number's up or what have you. Like when your number's up or your time's up. Kind of throwing bad juju on yourself. I agree with that 1,000% Beans. That's I thank you for that sentiment. You are 1,000% correct. You can't live in fear. Can't live in fear of what's going to happen. Well, I mean, you can if there's an axe wielding maniac coming at you and he looks a lot like Six. Okay, then you can then you should live in fear, right? But you can't be afraid of what's going. Like, oh, if I go outside, I'm going to step off the curb and I'm going to get hit by a bus. That's kind of that falls into what was pissing me off so bad with the people that are like preppers and all that kind of stuff that really drive home that narrative of, boy, you need to run, you need to hide, like the EBT riots are coming and all this kind of stuff. You need to get to cover and like, oh my god, humanity. And it's like, yo, one, nothing has happened yet, and two, why are you already ready to be a victim? Instead of standing up for yourself like, oh, you ain't taking my shit, motherfucker. You know? I mean, what about a semi-violent way though with Henry Cavill? Like sometimes that could be fun. I guess I don't know. I'm just saying. Um, yeah, yeah. But seriously, you're right. You're 1,000% right. You can't be afraid. I just think it's fun to speculate. Like something fun, something different than everybody else's shit that they're talking about right now with it. There are people out there that are, oh my god, the aliens are coming, going into that whole bit. It's a psyop. They're just trying to distract you from What? We already know the world sucks. Or holy shit, Mom Donnie won in New York. Like, what is this? What is the message behind this? The message is you don't run shitty candidates and you'll win elections. I don't know. Work at it if you actually want to win. Like, learn how to use social media, you old fuck. I don't think that shit's funny. People are like panicking over everything. I still think one of the funnier ones is like, you know, Tucker Carlson's an anti-Semite. Oh my god. And I'm just like, okay, how does that affect me? Does that bring down my grocery prices? Does that curb inflation or dilution of the American dollar? Well, why the fuck do I care what Tucker Carlson is or isn't? I'm not Tucker Carlson. He's got millions of dollars. He ain't worried about this shit. No, what was the last thing Tiny Tim said before he passed? And yeah, you're right. The message is New York is a rat's nest and will continue to be a rat's nest. All our cities are like that, though. I'm not just going to single out New York. Philly is full of fentanyl zombies in Kensington. Like it was already when we were kids, we used to call it the city of brotherly blood. It didn't get any better. Tiny Tim's last words were, "Well." I already know what my famous last words will be. Yeah, I'm fucked. Yeah, people are all panicked about Mondami. It's like, oh, let him crash and burn the city. Hey, maybe he'll succeed. If he succeeds and makes it work right, then that's amazing. If he fails miserably, well, we all kind of expected it already. I do like the rhetoric on both sides of the argument. I mean, domestic policy good, foreign policy nobody gives a shit. It's kind of the message that's been sent. coating on that shit. Unfucking believable. Actually, I didn't even need to retouch that. It was already tight, like a tiger. Yeah, see, like I don't even know how loud the paint gun is. Is it actually like loud as shit across the mic? I can't tell because I can hear it in real life. I don't get it fed through the headphones. You know what? I just realized I'm sitting there painting everything. I just looked up. I must have bumped the wire or something because this camera. Hold on, guys. Let me do this. There we go. That's funny as hell. I look up. I'm like, yo, how come none of the shit on my screen's moving? Yeah, just in case you wanted to look at them. How sexy that Thanos sculpt is. Just fantastic job with the sculpt on it. He's got the scars down his face and everything. You vote against the not no talk, just paint, even if it's on Sundays. What if the music was by Six Eugene and or just classical music? I mean, Ian laid it out to me. He's like, "Yo, your voice ain't annoying, and your commentary isn't annoying. So I don't care if you do it or if you don't. But just know that it's fine either way." Yeah. Yeah, Six wanted to debut a song he wrote. It's called "I Put My Nutsack on Your Drum Kit," and I was like, "Hey, that might be a good opportunity for it to be played." It was a good thing. Stranded reminded me to put my hand condoms on because they're coming in mighty handy right now. You guys are looking at. I don't even think you can see it. Like what the like my hands would have been jet black at this point. Sundays is cool. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't do it every stream. Same way I don't think I could do a gaming stream without me talking at least a little shit. I'm thinking more trying it out, seeing how well I do at the paint job, on one of those streams versus me talking, pausing all the time to bullshit and read chats and all that, and just hammering out the print. But it also depends. I mean, because I do think, if you heard it earlier, I think I am going to take the Captain America print. That's going to be the test print for these new paints to see how I do. And then if it comes out semi good to great, then what I'm going to end up doing is probably doing the Captain America, breaking him down like I got Thanos and all the others broken down, and doing it really, really big, like doing a much bigger version where it's big, super sexy. Because Cap's one of my old school heroes. Like I always like Captain America. As a matter of fact, one of my favorite arcs with Captain America is always going to be Civil War, Marvel Comics Civil War. Not the fucking bullshit you saw in the MCU, but the actual comic books where he ends up dead at the end. Because Agent Carter, or not Agent Carter, what's her name? Peggy Carter's niece or whatever, ended up shooting him. Sharon Carter ends up shooting him in the throat. You find out later, but Captain America actually dies at the end of the Civil War and everything. And the part that always hit the hardest for me on that whole series was the government, when they want to do the registration act for all the superheroes for their names. Captain America is completely against it, and they're like, "What the fuck? The government's mandating this." And he goes, "Yeah, but I'm Captain America. I stand for the ideals of America. I'm not a government puppet. Like, I'm not here for the government. I'm here for the rights of the people." Like, it always hit me just a certain way. I always love that. You know what I mean? You would think just, oh, well, the American government says do this. Captain America's like, yeah, fuck you. Damn. I don't know what the hell happened, but I am hitting a good fucking stride coat on this Thanos. Like, that hand just enveloped in black. Came out sexy and fast, too. Like, I'm almost done with Thanos. Cam Cops doesn't start till 4. Nice. Very, very nice 6. You can't do that at Shark Week. That was one of the things I always loved about 6, because I'd say stuff like, and this happened the other last night, and I don't think 6 was in the chat, but Smurf and I land on this island on that raft game, and it was full of bears, and I'm like, "Hey Smurf, how much they pay you to fuck that bear?" And like, nobody in the chat got it. Just nobody got it. I was like, damn it, we're to 6. Wait for that to dry. That is dry. Yeah. All right. So one leg, all sexy, nice. Interior doesn't need priming. Start putting this stuff away. Caps, busted ass shield. What do we got? Xanos. That's his sword arm. Check. His other thigh. Check. base. Check. Yeah, actually, to tell you the truth, once you look at base, like the base is done right, that Iron Man helmet does pop on that base along with all the skulls. Yeah, that's gonna be badass. Gonna be badass. Gauntlet arm. Check. Thanos is nuts, and his battle armor skirt that covers his nuts. His feet. There's his other Tootsie. And yeah, shattered pieces of the shield that are in the background along with all the skulls. It's fucking awesome. And then, of course, we got Thanos' head. Good old Space Grimace. I hope they remember your name, Stark. Yeah, even the scar right there on his forehead. That is going to be badass. I think that's going to look amazing once I hit it with the purples. Once I make Space Grimace purple again. That's got to dry. Sword parts are almost dry. Oh, that one can get flipped. I think that one's done. I got one little spot on the gauntlet where I held on to it. That's still got to dry though. And his chest. Hakeem Jeffries, Bob. Hakeem Jeffries. He was handpicked by Nancy Pelosi. She's been grooming him and stroking his ego and his penis, possibly behind the scenes. Apparently, her and her husband like to play this game. They call it Mandingo. And yeah, but yeah, she's been grooming him for a while to take her spot. I'm just actually shocked that she's done. But I guess she's figuring Trump's gone after this, and that was pretty much the only reason why she even existed anymore, if I'm being honest. But I think it's also become unprofitable to her and her husband because I think they passed that act where they can't trade stocks as openly as they used to, if I'm not mistaken. So that's it. Like you got all the juice out of the orange, so to speak. Why go deal with all this heartburn and all that stuff? Especially, maybe there's more to it too, Bob. I didn't even think about this point. So now that I'm thinking about it, like Nancy Pelosi quit and passing it on, blah, blah, blah. Maybe Mamdani winning in New York signals to Pelosi that the old guard can't win anymore. So rather than go out after they get a whole bunch of like maybe socialist Democrats in office and stuff like that, instead of having to deal with that whole headache, she can go out on her own terms and then turn around and say, well, it all ran smooth as shit when I was there. Yeah, they fucked up. Like, I could have told you this was going to happen. And well, if I had been there, it would have worked out like this. Like, she can do the whole I told you so bullshit now if things start falling apart. Like, I told AOC when I was there, I had her in line. She voted with us every time. Now she's voting against everybody because I'm not there. I was the greatest ever to do it. Like, maybe she's doing it as an I told you so. Or she just reads the writing on the wall where she's a dinosaur now. The world has moved beyond her. It's moved beyond her, Mitch McConnell, um, hell, Chuck Schumer. Like, and what's fucked up is that means that Nancy Pelosi's last great act was to force Joe Biden to drop out of the election of 2024. I mean, if we're being legit with it, I was saying this earlier too. I know Beans probably heard her; she was listening at work or whatever. But to me, it's just we're starting to see the changing of the guard. All the old devils that we knew and dealt with are all being put to pasture because it's time for another generation. And that's going to be good and bad at the same time. God dang it. That's all got to dry. This hand should be done now. It is. Do the infinity gauntlet. Sculpt on it. Every line. That's going to be amazing when that gets golden. I will show you. And then each of the different stones. Wait, does it actually have the stone? Yeah, there's even one in the thumb. I thought they forgot the thumb stone, but no, it's there. Cool. Now you can take Shooter McGavin out to Outback Steakhouse. Congratulations. Oh, shit. God punish me for that. No, that's actually awesome. That's good to hear. I think Mondani, whatever the fuck his name is, um, I think he's already come out and made a commercial saying to his supporters that, yay, it's great we won the election yesterday, but now I need more of your money. He's already done that. Like that commercial's out there. Basically, like he phrases it in a very nice way, but he says like, now it's time for you to do your part and contribute, to the taxes and blah 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 blah, so we can get all this stuff that I said on my campaign trail in place. So therefore, and he's going to start raping people's pockets. And it's going to be the rich people that own the companies. And those companies are going to be like, you can go fuck your mother. And they're going to take all their money and they're going to move to places like Florida, Delaware, New Jersey. They're going to get the fuck out. And then all those people that voted them in that thought they were going to get some kind of free ride, all of a sudden, not only are they not getting a free ride, they're going to end up fucking broke. Good night, Stranded. Thank you for everything. Thank you for being an amazing mod. I appreciate you. And remember, thank you for being that one reason. 8 ounce, medium rare, bitch. Um, yeah, but I do. I see where, like I said, hey, look, I wish him the best of luck, but I can see where this fails because it always fails. I also know that the one thing that rich people that vote assholes like him into power are really good at is taking all their money and leaving when you are threatening to take it through taxes or whatever. Yeah, we want to vote in the change. We don't want to stick around to see it, but we're going to vote it in. I mean, can you blame them? Can you blame them? If the city tax is taking, we'll say 10% of your paycheck, 7%, we'll just round it to 10, right? Say it's already taken just for the city tax. Then you're over that, what is it, like $1,000,001 or something, but that they have out there that makes you the wealthiest. Then you're paying, we'll say 40% tax, so that brings you up to 50. You got federal coming out, you got this coming out. All right, well, you got state tax on top of city tax coming out. So now you're like 50% of your loot is going directly to the city, the government, and all that. Now you want to raise that tax up a little bit more. Like you're legit giving more than half your money that you make to government. To what? They're not keeping you safe because your crime is still through the roof. They are not taking care of you and making sure that you have the best of everything. They're just treating you the same as they do somebody on Skid Row. So what? Why the hell don't you? Like at that point, just get the fuck out of here. I'll keep more of my money. I'll leave, go somewhere else. It just makes sense. Oh, I'm sure the people leaving didn't vote for him. But then you have the other thing, and this would have been interesting to hear Danny Boss weigh in on it. Does New York all of a sudden become, how he was bragging about it being the city of immigrants, which it is. Well, all 90% of America is 95% of America is all immigrants, right? At one point or another. But does he turn it into basically another Minneapolis or what's her name? Oh, come on, Ilhan Omar, like her district. Does he turn it into like a mini Somalia, but a mini Uganda instead? Like, I don't understand what the plan is because he's got to replace the people that are leaving somehow. So if he just lets illegal immigrants, and shit like that all move into the city, and then rent controls them where they're living cheap, he will remain in power. And not only will he remain in power, then everything gets a little bit more dangerous because instead of coming here and adapting to American ideals, they stick with what didn't work in their country and turned it into a war infested shithole. So, and that's not opinion, that's just statistics. I'm not saying anything out of school here or saying like everybody who comes in is evil or anything, but if you adapt to an American way of life, you're going to end up, if you don't adapt to an American way of life, then you basically end up starting to turn America into the UK. And at that point in time, I think the American citizens, and this is the argument I would love to have with Danny Boss on here. I think at that point, I want to believe enough in the American citizenry and our government that they would just be like, yeah, that shit can't happen. You need to fucking go now. Yeah, I mean, to me, so that's part of the problem. To me, the religion doesn't even play into it. I mean, I guess it kind of does if you're going with the Sharia law kind of shit and all that kind of stuff with it. Um, but if they actively start burning down synagogues and killing Jews off in the street or some shit, and bringing like, oh well, this is how it is over in my country with when we come across Jews and Christians or any faith that isn't ours. I don't care if it's Jews doing it, I don't care if it's Christians doing it, and I don't care if it's Muslims doing it. It's fucking wrong. At that point, then you're going to have a standoff, because what happens next? All of a sudden, New York becomes Baghdad, and we're flying our planes, like walling it off and bombing shit in there, and then it becomes Gaza, where everybody's digging tunnels under the city and stuff. Well, actually, I wonder, a group of Jewish guys who got caught digging like tunnels under like churches or synagogues or something. I can't remember. Like, America is religious freedom, freedom of speech, all in the First Amendment, all that shit. And they have a right to say what they want. They have a right to believe what they want. They're human beings. They're inalienable rights, gifts from whatever God they believe in. Right? That's something that every human being should have. But you also have to be careful of a slippery slope where somebody shits on those ideals, which is part of my problem with them calling out Tucker recently and saying he's the worst anti Semite of all time, or whatever the fuck they were saying about him. He's the next Hitler and all this kind of. Shut your fucking mouth. Like, just shut up. Tucker has done you no harm. The problem is, Tucker's making money and is relevant, and Daily Wire isn't. And nobody gives a shit about this congressman, whoever the fuck he was talking up there. And Officer Tatum obviously is now getting speaking fees to go visit these things and stuff like that. If he wasn't before, he definitely signaled to him, I'm willing to play ball and take your fucking money. And he's taking as much of it as he can and just running his gums at that point. I will tell you this much, though. There is a Second Amendment, and we all have the right to bear arms. And I think Americans enjoy that privilege, sometimes a little too much. But I do think in something like this, if it got really, really ugly, we would see people taking up arms and not fucking around. I do see armed resistance in this case, and it's not going to be a pretty thing. It could come to that. Then again, it could also just be a fart in a windstorm. Maybe it's just all overhyped. I'll hope for that one. It's just overhype. That people are just excited and upset because they don't know what's coming. And they fear what they don't understand and don't know. I can see it. I can see it going either way. I kind of see it going bad for the city of New York for a period of time. Like, definitely for a period of time, I see the city of New York being in some kind of chaos, simply because where's the money coming from? Good night, Stranded, and thank you again for being amazing. I'll tell you this much: it better not come out of my fucking pocket to fund New York, because you all voted for this shit. That's your fucking problem. I don't live anywhere near New York. Not my home, not my problem, not my circus, not my monkeys. So you better not be taking my loot to pay for it. Like, well, we need to bail out New York. The fuck you did. Not with my funds, you don't. Oh, no, 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 no. Why am I carrying your ass? This actually sealed together on its own, which is crazy. I was gonna refine that down, but fuck it. Maybe I should heat it up a little bit. He looks like he's got pimples on his butt from all the things. I smoothed this one out. I think I'll go with. I think I'll get rid of the heavy one. Go with the light one. Let me just make sure this shit all fits together. All right, cool. Bet we got a good seal there. I got to be gentle with that because that strap snapped off of there. I hollowed this thing out. It's so light. And that strap breaking breaks my damn heart because it ruined the whole fucking print. All right, question and answer time. Do I paint both of them or just the goblin head? So, should I go with actual turned into a goblin or should I go with creepy dude with mask? I'm leaning towards the goblin. Yeah, I think you're kind of right on that one. That's a good take. But I also think that 5% of our GDP comes from New York, and when you start severing that off, you've had an exodus out of New York for quite a while now. You have had an exodus to Florida from New York, really. No, Bob. The only thing I have is Discord up and running. You have an account on Discord. We know that because you have been in the unofficial ABL Discord. I think that's correct, isn't it, Beans? But I don't have like a number you can call, like an actual physical phone number. All right, let me see something. This shit, this extra tail actually does have a hooking point. What the fuck is this hooking into? Ladder, maybe? What in the fuck? That doesn't look right. I just noticed that. I never noticed that before. This one actually does have an extra hook in. I wonder what the fuck that hooks to. That wraps around. Let's see. Back of his leg. No. Anything in the base? No. If he's up here, that's out there. This would hook back down that way, which means it would go somewhere. His back? Nope. His cape? Negative. I don't know what this extra hook in point. I don't know if that's just extra because this fits in this hand, I believe. Yeah, it does. And that means I have to adjust it just like fucking that. So where would that hook in point go? This goes up here. That hook in point would come down to here, which would wrap somewhere here, but I'm not seeing. That's for the leg. Back of the leg, maybe? There's this other leg. I don't see a hook in point. Unless that other piece is just for the complex space, because there is actually a complex space with a whole building that's on fire and him goblin bombing it. But I don't know where the fuck that piece would go. Makes no sense. It's not in his cheeks. It's not on the glider. It's so weird. Bob, I'm telling you, I will bet you money you have created a Discord account twice. And I'm telling you, you can ask Beans. Beans can verify this. I know you've made a Discord account. You just don't realize you have. Probably forgot. You were only on there once or twice. But it was the ABL unofficial Discord we were all in. It was a while ago. So, right, California fourth largest GPD, right? But if it was run correctly, would we have more money in our country? I mean, if the taxes were cut to some of the companies that were out there, there's a reason Musk moved out of there. There's a reason that, Joe Rogan left California, for example. And then there's a reason why they enacted that if you leave California, you still have to pay taxes to California for like 10 years after leaving or something now. The whole thing is, why the fuck should you even have to leave California? You wouldn't have to, but dumbasses keep voting in people that are assholes. And that's where I'm saying democracy kind of works. Well, Democratic Republic, let's put that argument to bed because we're not actually a democracy. But yeah, man, like, it doesn't mean I want to see people live in squalor in their own filth and stuff. The other part of it is, I think Elon had exposed that California gets X amount of dollars from the federal government because of illegal immigrants. It's one of the things he found with Doge. He was on Rogan talking about it. That the game really is kind of like I thought it was. That they want that illegal immigration because they get money out of it, because they have to deal with illegal immigration, and then those illegal immigrants vote for the Democrats. So it keeps them in power. So they keep importing them. That I'm not sure, Bob. You would have had to make like an account name or maybe use Google. I don't know what you did when you created it, unfortunately, and then put in like a password username. So if there's like an email account or a password username that you always use for all your accounts, it's probably that. And you can, load into Discord, download Discord, whatever, and try it that way. I'd definitely let you just, if you want to talk some shit or whatever, I'd definitely let you on here. Just don't kick me in the nuts. I mean, Six has been on here. He exposed, that Leatherface was one of his heroes as a child, and he practiced with a chainsaw and cutting women to pieces with it just to, get good and dancing around in their skin suits. It was a good conversation with Six. Was this base is just stupid. It's too stupid big. I mean, the model's kind of stupid big too, but the base is really over the fucking top. 3 accounts. Okay, thank you, Beans. Which is probably why you have 3 accounts, Bob, because you couldn't remember the first two, so you made the first one, so you made a second one, and you're like, oh fuck, I need to get back on Discord again and talk some shit. And yeah, you were like, I needed to get back on Discord and talk to people, and then made another account. Like shit, I can't remember my login info, so you made another account. Like it happens. I've definitely done shit like that on different sites where I was like, I can't even remember anything and don't even have that email anymore or whatever. Six is laughing. Leatherface was my childhood hero. That is one of those worrying things. Just imagine there is probably some kid out there that's actually like that Six, where it's like, oh yeah, like it's almost like the movie Scream. Like, oh yeah, the villain in the horror movies, those were always my fucking heroes. I was watching an anime. It's called like something. I've always wanted to be a common writer, or I will be a common writer. And it's like an old Japanese show that's kind of like Power Rangers called Common Rider. And like it's this dude that when he was a kid, he used to watch Common Rider all the time. And he was basically like babysat by his TV. And he wants to be Common Rider as he grows up. And then he's like in his 40s now and been training all his life martial arts and like it's just gotten ripped and all this stuff. And this group, I guess the villains on there is called Shocker. They like Team Shocker or some shit. So he like they start robbing people and they're wearing the Shocker like mask and doing like the salute that Shocker does, like the Shocker like monsters and everything do. And he fucking like he ends up foiling like finding a common rider mask, putting it on, and going to foiling the robbery. And then there's another girl that grew up thinking like his sidekick is like the greatest thing in the world, so she becomes the sidekick. Like it's fucking hysterical. And then last episode they did of it, you find out that the villain group Shocker is actually like a real thing. So now it's like they have to fight the real Shocker. If it's saying verified by email, then check whatever email address it's attached to. Fucking beans. Beans, you should be tech support. A lot of money in that. Unfortunately, you have to go. Hello, thank you for calling the tech support. This is Microsoft tech support, totally in America. You can call me Billy. They'll hire you. Damn it! Almost broke my hand condom. Spraying down his booty. I think that's gonna run out of paint real soon. Yeah, you're not wrong. Like, yeah, I always got a kick out of that when I had like a problem, and it's like, call our tech support 1-800 whatever. Call up like my buddy with his Microsoft account, and it literally it was like, bro, and he's like, no, I'm in America, and you're like, the fuck you are. My name is Toba. I mean Billy. It's Billy. It's totally Billy. Have you tried turning it off and on again? Like, oh shit. Oh, the glider's just too fucking big. So I got a question for all you guys, because you guys have been around for a minute here. Did anybody watch ABL last night? Just curious. I've not watched this show in a while. I didn't know if anybody else, like, actually tuned in. If there's anything interesting or any of that stuff. I used to just ask Sheree, and we miss you, Sheree. You can't anymore? Yeah, well, I know. You get here late. I could just imagine. I mean, I'm always grateful for you because you keep me on in the background even when you're not here. Like, shout out to Stranded. Stranded's always. I can always tell. I'll be like, well, I'm going up one view. What the fuck? And it's like, oh, Stranded's watching replay. I guarantee it. And then she'll tell me a bunch of stuff when she gets in the stream about, like, yeah, you said this on and all this other stuff. When the hell? Oh yeah, you watched the replay. Well, son of a gun. I actually don't say son of a gun. I say son of a bitch. But I'm trying to clean up my language for the internet. Damn, that thing is. I don't know. Can you guys actually see that on cam? I don't know if you can or not. There is texturing on. I guess not because it's too glossy wet. But there's texturing all over this model. Like the whole thing is just pretty badass the way the texture runs. And the coating too. The way this paint coats is unbelievable, guys. I wonder it costs so fucking much. Because you had it and deleted it. Yeah, I hear you, Six. You catch something. I was actually tuning in and I would catch the calls. And I haven't even been doing that. Like, I just kind of, I don't know. I mean, nowadays on Wednesdays I'm streaming, and then on Saturdays, kind of don't want to hear politics. Kind of like chilling and enjoying life. I mean, outside of this little discussion about, relevant news in New York, I've kind of been trying to unplug a bit from politics. Like, I'll talk about the topical issues, but for the most part, it's gotten stale, old, and boring. It's just you get tired of seeing the same failures over and over again. I'm telling you how it's all getting better. It's nice to take a break. Yeah, I mean, that's just it. Like for me, it's I agree with you. It's for me, it's even more of a break. For me, I'm sick of being disappointed. I'm sick of thinking that you know what, we got a shot here. We got a shot that somebody's coming into office. They're going to do right by all the American people. They're going to make our lives all better for us in some way, shape, or form. And they never fucking do. I will tell you what, though, the sweeping tariff thing, and the one thing I did see, the sweeping tariffs in the Supreme Court, that is that's a whole lot of not good. If they rule against Trump in that Supreme Court on that shit, he basically like all the threats he makes about tariffs and all that kind of stuff. As much as I hate how it makes the market volatile, it still kind of puts people in line. And if that goes bye bye, so does a lot of Trump's power to negotiate deals. That was his main tool that he was using, and we're gonna be in a world of hurt because his entire philosophy will have to change almost overnight, and they'll impeach him too. Just FYI. At this point, I don't think it's looking good. Oh yeah, the arm you gotta be. Yeah, even with it out of focus, you can kind of see this fucking texturing. Yeah, you can definitely like look at the fucking scales. That texture is fucking rich. Good job, modeler. Cleaning it up. Ooh. Yeah, and you're not wrong, Six. And the beat goes on. And the beat goes on. Fucking beans. Beans, you just had a GAM moment there. Ah. And then, yeah, so what'll end up happening? Like, I just, that's just it. I can't believe the government's still shut down. I thought they would have opened that shit the day after they won the elections, and they're keeping it shut down. These people are like they've lost their fucking minds. I can't imagine like having to rely on the government for everything and then having it closed because you want money for illegals. Like, and that's legitimately what the fight's over too. But yeah, you got people, like I didn't even think about this. We're in November. It's one hell of a time to take away SNAP benefits from motherfuckers. It's Thanksgiving. This is not going to be good. I forgot all about Thanksgiving until the wife said something about turkey the other day. And I was like, oh shit, turkey. She's like, yeah, Thanksgiving, idiot. And I'm like, oh yeah, we are in that time of year, aren't we? Oh shit. Have a good night, Bob. got to be able to see the texturing on the leg, right? Yeah, you can. Now you can see it. This whole model is textured to all hell. It's crazy. Oh, dear Lord. Y'all crack me up sometimes. In the name of Rogue of the Leaf, y'all need some Jesus in your life sometimes, okay? The cape. Yeah, cape's textured too. Oh, shit. I didn't even notice all this texturing until I'm like actually making it black. I knew it was a pretty detailed model. This is unreal how detailed. Jesus Christ. God damn beans. So, Six, when you got your next video coming up, buddy? It's got to be soon. Oh. Clean that up. Um, I liked airbrushing more than I liked regular brushes initially. I got used to doing it with regular brushes. Now that I'm using these Vallejo paints and all that stuff, instead of like mix my own, you know, craft paints or what have you, it's going to be interesting to see which way I like. Like if I like airbrushing more or what have you. I think it's going to be a combination between the two, though. I think I have to do a combination between the two. Like there's shit like I was showing off earlier. I can probably find a part on here. I mean the goblin he doesn't have too many awkward lines where well yeah he does. Airbrushing sometimes makes sense or doesn't make sense rather. But for example, yeah, I can. Here we go. I got it. Let me see if I can get that on camera. Damn, what the? I gotta stop hitting that damn line. I keep locking up the cam. I didn't even realize the camera's locked up. Okay, there we go. Camera's back. So on the hat, right? There's all this little stitch work. I can't. I could go over that with an airbrush. It would be difficult as shit because I'm gonna have to mask tape all this off here and here, and then I would have to go in and hit all the little stitches or what have you. Or I can just go in there with a brush and just brush stroke, like specifically like right here, you can see one of the stitches, actually two of the stitches right next to each other. But it's easier to brush stroke those. So maybe I would use the do a piece of tape across the stitching, airbrush this, airbrush that, tighten it up with a brush here and here, and then go in with a brush and hit each one of those stitches. So I think I'm going to have to go hybrid with stuff. But I do enjoy using the airbrush more. The only thing is the airbrush also malfunctions more than a brush. I always airbrush for, you're talking about the primer, like what I'm putting on now. I always use the airbrush for it at this point. I do have a can of this, which I have yet to try. Mr. Surfacer 1000. Um, it's supposed to be really good shit. I haven't tried it out on anything because I got to take it outside and do it outdoors to spray. I watched one guy's video where he was doing his 3D prints and like going over how he paints them, and he used I think it was Rust-Oleum. It was something, but he hit it with like a primer, and it was like just spray can. He's like, yeah, it's like $3 a can. You can just use this shit and it works fine. But I haven't tried that yet either. However, the wife had ordered this for me back in the day, so it's the first time I'm using this stuff, and it's Vallejo primer, and I haven't even used down to the label yet and primed almost everything. Where when I'm using the folk art, like my regular paint, I go through like so far this would have been almost half a bottle of it because I have to hit it with like 2, 3 coats. This is just like it layers on and then soaks in, and then I don't know what the hell happens, but it's like it coats the entire thing. But yeah, so I've always airbrushed just for base color. And originally I used to do it with a eggshell white, but I found that black, even if I have something like a yellow, like Sinestro, was probably smarter to do that entire statue in white because it's going to pull the yellows out. That I end up happier with the black because it gets in those little crevices. Like again, we'll go to his face, but if you look to all the hobgoblins like teeth and shit, and like under the eye, now you're going to have that nice shadow under there. So it makes it pop. It gets into all the crevices and everything. And when you layer on top of it, you have that undertone. You know what I mean? Also, guys, make sure you smash that like button. Yeah, Rust-Oleum works well. My only concern is I use a water-based resin. So if there's heavy water in there, it might damage the print over time. But I haven't had that issue, and a lot of my acrylics are all water based, so I'm guessing it would work fine. Dang, thanks for smashing. Um, yeah, like I said, the airbrushing though. The thing is, you're aerosolizing it. You get you get that nice clean coat over the whole thing. Like it comes out like it's most times it comes out like every now and again you'll get like pink gobs basically, but for the most part, it's always coming out as a fine mist, and it coats so much better than so much better that way. Like you can see, I'm sure as the light's reflecting, Those are actually scratches on the Goblin's glider. So that's actually part of the 3D print, but you can see all the little tiny scratches in there. Like when I hit this, I have to be real gentle with it so that I don't erase those scratches because they're actually built into the model. But I can start clearing. That one's done. This Goblin glider's done. Let me just make sure. Make sure that's all primed in. Yep, all primed in. So when that goes on like that, that'll be primed in perfect. I haven't gotten the model for him yet, but there is a Willem Dafoe Green Goblin from the Spider-Man movies. Specifically, I think No Way Home. And yeah, I'm actually looking forward to that one. Although he's got Willem Dafoe's face, so that's the only. I don't know about that one. Yeah, I missed a chunk here. I've got it black. Let's look at these arms. Arms came out nice. Solid black across the board. But yeah, I figured I'd knock out a prime session, you know. Smurf will not be gaming with me tomorrow nor any other Friday at this point. Um, I think if you've been listening to the stream, you probably heard me say it. I might do away with the Friday night gaming and go to a Sunday night paint again. Um, Smurf is back at work. He had like 3 weeks off there, so that's why we were gaming every Friday together. But I'm also like I'm debating it because I don't want to dilute anything either, and I kind of feel like I've been cannibalizing my own stream in a way, like just streaming not even just too much, but definitely a lot more than people give a shit to watch, you know, that kind of thing. It's really going to depend too on workflow and all that with what models I have coming up because I started to work on them the other day, but and I haven't started printing them yet. I got to break them all down and everything else and get them supported. But I got a dark side model I want to do, and the one thing this guy didn't add to the model that is actually a little disappointing, but I also got the clear resin for it. Now I have clear red resin, and I can use my old printer and put the clear red resin in there. Is a dark side, so I want to do the I beams because he did not add I beams coming off of them. And I might do them myself in Blender and then add them into the model. But we'll see. I don't know. I'm gonna stick with the Friday gaming for now, but we'll see. I get a decent amount of views and picked up quite a few subs from the gaming streams. They've done well in the past. People seem to enjoy them if I'm playing something that's interesting or eclectic. It's just a lot more fun when I got Smurf with me to do it because said it before, we'd be doing the same thing if the stream was off as we're doing on the stream, including me bitching at him, him telling me to clean the sand out of my JJ, arguing like friends, and just how we play games. So it's one of those things where I'm also starting to like I said this earlier, say it again. You probably heard me say it already, but it bears repeating. I also feel that with my painting, it's gotten much better since I started doing it, right? Like, however long ago. And I would like to keep that momentum and move from a beginner level, which is where I'm at, to an intermediate. And the specific example I used was this. If I'm going to do a Henry Cavill Superman, yeah, Would you like it to look professional with shadows undertoned with an airbrush and all this kind of stuff? Or would you like just, hey, look, he slapped some shit on this. It looks okay, but, he could have done better here, here, and here. Because I'm not okay with being mediocre. And if I'm going to do this, then and start doing this where I'm sinking money into it, or you know making stuff for people that's like, yeah, I want this to kind of last for a test of time, or people to see your shit and be like, oh wow, like yeah, who painted that? They did an amazing job, and yeah, I can tell he really put a lot of love into that one and everything else. That's kind of where I want to get to. I don't want it to be like the cryptids I've made for my wife. I haven't. She has them all in the one her room, right? Like her special like chill room, like how I have the boneyard. And I went in and I'll look at them and I'll be like, damn, I wish I could do that one over again. She's like, why? She's like, it's fine the way it is. I'm like, no, because I see this flaw in it. That, and she's like, I don't see that flaw. I see, art that you did. I'm like, yeah, but where I started and where I've gone to with this, it's apples and oranges night and day. So it's really a lot of this is Gam wanting to improve himself. I would be a total fucking hypocrite if I sat there and talked to you guys and talked some of the shit I do about not getting, like driving and working harder, getting better, perfecting and honing your craft and stuff like that. You know, um, and telling you like, yeah, you can do better than that and keep working at it or whatever. And you got, sometimes it comes across like I'm criticizing you or things like this, but it's me wanting you to push yourself and challenge yourself. If I don't push and challenge myself, who the fuck am I to tell you to? So Valheim, yeah, Valheim's always going to have a ton of people watching because a lot of people play Valheim. Like it's got a pretty rabid fan base to it. Um, we love the game, but so do a lot of other people. So you're going to pick up different people. They want to see what you're building. They want to see how quick you did the journeys. It could be, I'm stuck on this one part. Remember, we had people that were hopping in that were cool as shit. That would be like, yo, when you're fighting, this boss, try this instead of what you're doing. You'd be like, oh, I bet, right? Because they want to suggest to you different things. That's awesome. Um, some of the other games, we'll get like a decent amount of people watching. Some will comment and everything else. I'm happy as fuck. We picked up Perry recently. He's been fun. Definitely cool. Um, he was in here earlier tonight. Just dropped in to say hi or whatever. Say, hey, my man. And, dropped a like on it and bounced. I definitely, unfortunately, he doesn't want me to promote his channel, but I'm gonna fucking promote it anyway. Sorry, Perry. But he does his own videos. He does gaming. He does like hardcore Minecraft and shit. And he's older. He's not a young kid. And you know, we pick up different gamers and stuff. That's cool. There's also this other aspect to it that, and I had mentioned this earlier, so I don't know if you heard this in the stream when you were listening, but I know Six wasn't here for it when I said it. It's also people in the chat, right? Like Eugene said this about, and I like indie stream and everything, but he was right when he said it. He goes, "There's a bunch of people in indie stream. Some of them are kind of interacting with each other, but for the most part, they're talking. They're not to each other. They're just talking in general, like in the chat. They're just typing in the chat or what have you." He's like, I don't know why we don't have like interaction in there. Well, my chat, you guys are interacting with each other. Bob just, couldn't figure out his Discord or whatever, and Beans try to help him. It's things like that. Like everybody in this little, I guess you can call it a community, or you know, little corner of the internet, or what have you, or the silly painting show, or what have you. Everybody interacts with each other. That's why I said I'm actually all right with doing a shut up and paint stream and just letting you guys talk to each other, hang out, because you guys do that sometimes without me, like I could be sitting here talking about a topic and I look in the chat and everybody's talking about like, hey, did you hear Mom Donnie got his dick stuck in a goat last week? Like, what? What the fuck are we talking about? Yeah, I'm proud of Eugene too. I think he finally got over that. I lost a sub. I don't know why, and getting upset about it, and just keep making your fucking music. Don't worry about it. Like if you make good music, the subs will come. You'll lose one or two. Maybe you're not their thing. Accept it, roll with it, and keep going. Don't don't let up. I'm the same way with some of the shit I've said and some of the painting I've done. I'm sure there is somebody who came here to watch the painting and was just like, "Yo, his painting sucks. I'm out," and that's cool. Bet. Thank you for checking me out. Thank you for giving me the time to, like spend 5 minutes and watch me or what have you. I appreciate the hell out of you. Um, sorry I wasn't your thing, but yeah, Eugene has definitely gotten better with his music too. It's he's just got to keep at it. I'd like to say Six has gotten better with his too, but I haven't seen videos lately. Like I said, the last one I saw, he was peeling the skin off a woman that was hanging from a meat hook, and that was the last video I saw. Six. And I mean, same thing. E-Rock, I think, started a whole different channel outside of his Not Your Ordinary Dad shit, and posting stuff on that. Like, keep it up, guys. Keep it up. Little Leo, that comes in here every now and again. He was here beginning of the night, just dropped in, said hi, and I think it was pretty much it. He at least drops by and says hi to me. But, I always tell him, same way I'll tell you, just keep being creative. Keep trying. You may try 1,000 times and fail 999 of them. It's that one time you succeed. That's all it will take for you. You're still a success in one way or another, right? May not win the grand prize, but hell, at least you can take something home with you, right? And there's different things. There's different things that people have suggested. Beans, you suggested something to me one time. There was a time where you smacked me in the mouth one time. Dead serious, where it was like a wake up call smack. You were like, look, I come here because I want to relax after a hard day's work and just listen and enjoy myself and hang out with some good people. And then I realized, like, oh shit, I'm pissing on people's parades. I'm that guy who shows up at the party where they've spiked the punch bowl, and I just put my dick in it. Like I dipped my nuts right in the punch bowl. Now nobody's going to drink it. Now I ruined the whole party. It's stuff like that. Every now and again, I need a reality check too, guys. It's not just me reality checking other people. Sometimes you guys reality check me. You might not think what you said mattered, but what you said mattered. And I swear to God, I can't get people to like. I tell everybody like everyone. Well, not everyone, because I never said it to Beans when she was a mod. But I told her, hey, put your PayPal in there, blah blah blah. I said the same thing to Stranded. Like, yeah, like put your PayPal in, we'll hype it, and maybe you can buy a new phone, new tablet. You don't have to worry. Like I'm sure people will give it up to the mod or what have you. Um, Especially if they know it's going to a good cause. And she was like, nope, I'm here to help a friend. dude, that kind of shit means something in this world, and it should. Beans, I've given up on how to figure out the algorithm because it does shit that's counterproductive and does other shit that makes complete and total sense. They change the rules so constantly with it. Like they're always changing one rule in one way or another. Is the only way I can describe it to you. So it'll be like whatever YouTube is pushing at that time is what you need to do. So there's a point in time when they added the memberships. And it was, yeah, push the memberships, everything else. Anybody that was pushing memberships on their channel got suggested on the front page, all that kind of stuff. Then they moved to shorts. And they did the same shit with shorts. Where it was like, oh, now if you do, X amount of shorts, we'll suggest your channel more. Whatever YouTube's latest fucking thing is what the algorithm gets bent to. Rogan has the the biggest podcast in America, all that kind of stuff. What happens? Yeah, if you guys do podcasts now on YouTube, we're going to recommend you more. All of a sudden it calms down a little bit. Rogan comes off Spotify. Well, you know what? They just play with whatever either the latest flavor of the month is, and whatever will make them the most money. That's what the algorithm feeds, is what makes YouTube the most money. It's not necessarily all the time how many millions of views you get either. That's just how they pay out to a creator, right? It could be something like uh I'm trying to think. I'm trying to give you the equation on this. Like AI content right now. YouTube's all about AI and invoking their own AI into everything, the Google AI into everything, your search results, all that stuff, right? So if you ever notice, 90% of your shorts are probably going to be Sora driven, Chat GPT driven, whatever relates to AI, because they want you buying into the AI. You accept it more. Now you've bought into the YouTube AI. It's that bullshit. And yes, YouTube is a business after all, and they're also kind of, I mean, now I always say don't send me super chats, don't memberships, all that if I get monetized, right? I would rather put up a PayPal link at that point and have you guys donate that way if you were going to do something like that. The reason why is because right off the top, I think YouTube, without taxes out of it, takes 30% out of whatever super chat you send. So you send somebody $10 in a super chat, they're taking $3 of it, leaving you with $7. Then the government comes and takes their taxes out because you are technically deemed and as a content creator, you are deemed a independent contractor. It's a 1099 form, which means that that's another 33% that you have to put aside out of $10, not $7. Then on top of that, so you're paying taxes on money you haven't even received, right? Because YouTube took their cut right off the rip. Then on top of that, you have to pay state taxes if you live in a place with state taxes. So you end up with like out of a $10 super chat, like what is that? $7, and then take off a third from 10. So that would be $3. So you're winding up with right around $4. Yeah, well, ABL's trying to He has gone to a method of throwing all the shit at a wall and see what sticks, because ABL, his live. Have you guys been seeing a shit ton of people on the live? Well, you wouldn't know because you haven't watched it. Well, neither have I, but we used to watch it all the time. There was a point in time where we watched the numbers on it. Shout out to Steve Kerfuffle. We were watching it to see what he was at and all that. And he's picked up new people. I guess some of them are cool. I don't know. But it's definitely, he's not getting the live numbers like he used to. It's on the decline. And a lot of the loyalists, like the ones like, I didn't miss a show for months there. He doesn't even fucking know I'm gone. He doesn't even know my name. If I showed up, he doesn't know who the fuck I am. He doesn't give a shit. His numbers have started to dwindle on the live stream. So the way you make up for that is you got to drive more so that you keep the same fundamental money. It goes to the lolcow theory. Not that ABL's a lolcow, but it goes to the lolcow theory. So you have guys that started off like Wings of Redemption. You should check out his shit. He started out early on YouTube. He wasn't doing super big money, but he was doing decent money. And then he basically kept talking shit to a point where he would insult everybody, be an asshole when he was playing video games, all this stuff. Long and the short, he got to a point where it's almost like you could send him, hey, I'll give you $20 to drink a bottle of piss, and he'll take that $20 and drink the bottle of piss on camera because he needs the fucking money. He's doing lives for the super. He's starving because those super chats, every now and again, you'll get somebody who hits big, but add them up next time. And I listen. You have to compare apples to apples, not apples to oranges, and it goes by the numbers. Right now, I'm at 64 views. I got 124 subscribers or 123 subscribers, something like that, right? But I'm looking at the number count here. When that post, it's probably going to say I've got 40 views, and then you guys are going to slowly see it climb up to the 67, unless, you know, Stranded watches a replay and it goes to 68, what have you. Reality is this. Even though I only have 64 views and I've got 123 subscribers, that's like 40% of my subs have tuned in, watched the video, and all that stuff, right? At least a portion of it, 20 minutes, 5 minutes, 2 minutes to say hello to me. When you've got 1.1 million subscribers, you guys can do this math on your calculator at home. You've got 1,000 people on your live chat. Do the numbers and the percentage on that. Then turn around and say he's got 45,000 views on one video out of 1.1 million. Do the math on it. See what the percentages are. Play it by the percentages. You guys will be shocked. One of the big things that I didn't even notice that. You know when I noticed that? Remember, and I think a lot of you guys were there for it. There was that group of trolls that came on to ABL, and I can't remember what the guy's name was. And like all his fans came into the chat, and they were talking all that shit. Like, hey, you know, well, you say you got a phone line, answer the phone now, and it's like, yo, calls are at 10:30 or whatever. And they talked all that shit. I recorded the whole stream. I actually offered to send it to ABL because I thought it was fucked up. Like this dude was, some of the stuff he was calling ABL, he He privated the video right after that too. It's a good thing I actually did a hard copy on it because I realized he privated it. But that dude, one of the chatters said it. I just did the percentages on his numbers, and I had never thought about it up until that point about the percentage of how many subs you have and how many viewers you have, and the percentage is so low, it's not even funny. It means that people sub to him. Maybe, he's doing Trump coverage and everybody subbed to him. And then they forgot they were subbed to him and they don't watch him. Maybe election night he'll have 40,000 viewers or whatever. That's great. But you'll see other channels that blow up the same way. And it's not knocking him. Nothing, no slight on him. It's just the facts of the matter. Um, I don't know. You guys ever watch Patrick Bet David? PBD? One of my favorite things is dude on there named Tom. His saying is amazing because it's so fucking true. Words talk, numbers scream. Words talk and numbers scream. It's the God honest truth. So you have to put everything in perspective. I explained this to SE one time because well, I can't go into it because it was kind of a private conversation. But I had explained this to SE one time. You have to look at stuff through a perspective of that. Tim Pool, how many watching calls does he have? How many subs? Doesn't matter if people are watching his show and calling him a dickhead the entire time. He'll have like 35, 25,000 people watching him every time he goes live. Candace Owens. Candace Owens had like 126,000 or something watching her on her stream earlier today, and that's a recorded video where she's not even fucking like talking live to people. So again, it's not a knock or a slight at him. I think I like him and all that kind of stuff, but yeah, it's just plain out facts, you know. And as we all know from Ben Shapiro, facts don't care about your feelings unless those facts go against Israel. Then they care. It's one thing I have not covered, but that little invite there with Mark Levin and Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro has fallen out of relevancy. He draws a crowd and stuff like that, but not like he used to, and he knows it. His voice has dwindled as far as everything goes, and Tucker Carlson's has shot up like 10 notches. So even if Tucker wasn't like kind of like, hey, we need to ask questions about Israel, I'm pretty sure they'd be bashing him anyway because Ben Shapiro wants to sit on top of the mountain. He does the same shit with Candace Owens. He wants to be the main voice, the main motivator in the Republican Party or the conservative movement, and he's not anymore, and it drives him nuts. Yeah, PVD I like, um, and I like his podcast and all that. My only issue with PVD, I always feel like he's always, and I mean he's a businessman, so I can't fault him on this, but he's always trying to sell you on something. Come to some fucking seminar where you can spend like a couple $1,000s to hear some jerk off talk. I think I'm done. Oh, I think I'm completely. Let me see. Yeah, Goblin face came out good. Nice. All right. Cool. Um, come see Dwayne the Rock Johnson talk. We sold out of seats. Oh, the future looks bright. Buy my fucking hat. Um, we got seminars on this, on that, on the other. It's always like it. It's not. I'm not going to say it's a grift. He's just a businessman. He's marketing. Connect on Manak. It's always something that he's always selling something. And when people are always selling something, I get it. I can appreciate the hustle, but at the same point in time, I'm always fucking leery of them too. I agree. And that's what I'm saying. He's a businessman, so I don't fault him for it. I get it with like Luke Rakowski. Always in the middle of his videos, he does some plug for some promo over at We Are Change, right? He always does a plug for like vitamins, or I don't think he's ever done dick pills, but it'll be CBD vitamins, stuff like this. But he always says it outright. I need to keep the lights on. The IRS just fucking like ran my pockets for my tax money. I need money. Like he's very open and honest about it. PBD is a multimillionaire. And from everything I can tell about him, well earned. Like he seems like that dude who put in that work to get that money. Like it wasn't just fucking handed to him. It wasn't easy, and he fought and all that. But at the same point in time, I don't need to buy shit or need somebody to sell me things. I don't need I don't need somebody selling me shit. Like constantly, like an earworm. Like there is nothing worse than watching a video and like you're watching a video and they do an advertisement, and then if you don't have YouTube, whatever it is, Pro or Prime or whatever the fuck, the pay for YouTube where you see the ads, they'll do an ad and then YouTube will cut to an ad 5 seconds. Like as soon as that ad ends, they go to the other ad. It's just like, oh, it's brutal. I probably shouldn't have put down the screen. If we're spraying like that, I'm going to have to throw this one out and go get another one. You never liked Shapiro? Really? I liked Ben Shapiro at one point. I liked Tim Pool a whole hell of a lot at one point too. And then with him, it really did seem like it got right to the money. I have not watched this shit since. It did seem like that it came the money. You guys liking that green screen effect? I could believe it. I mean, look, I can't blame you. I use YouTube enough where, even the wife said to me, like, you want an account premium? And I was like, no. No, I'll skip. And part of the reason why is because I like to see some of the commercials that they run, because then it tells me what not to buy. Like you guys probably think I'm joking on that, but seriously, the commercials, some of the commercials they run make me, if I'm debating buying a product and I see the commercial on YouTube, I'm like, yeah, I ain't buying that fucking product now. Well, I mean, we got the Starscape here. Here you go, beans. I'll run them through. I did this with 6 too, where I can set it on fire. Warp speed one. It is not time for TikTok. Well, who knows? Maybe I'll do a TikTok, but we'll see. And there's this one, but yeah, like I said, I've got more stuff like this planned where I actually kind of want to do a backdrop when I'm painting of this green. I think I might actually build something. I'll go get the PVC, build something, and then when I'm done with the figure, you know how I do the shot or whatever. I'll have like if it's Thanos, for example, I could sit there and do like him standing in space, like in front of it. Shorts I've been debating, but I'm lazy and need to do the editing. I would have to take my live, download it. So like how I just did, like if I do a paint job, for example, I could compress it into like a minute long at most, and just that's 8 hours of painting though. We'll say, well, probably 6 hours of me running my gums, 2 hours of painting. But taking however much time I painted it and actually just cutting out all the parts where I'm painting and then compressing it down to every hundredth, no, every 3 minutes or something, or speeding the video up, to a 1,000%, and just have me like speed paint it real fast with like Short as Straw by Metallica playing or something. Yeah, I know he's got an arcade one up. Yeah, they're pretty cool because they actually come with the run button offset, like how you had on the old original Mortal Kombat 3 machines. The one I've got is just full deck, and then I've got, I think it's like 10,000 games on it or something like that. But I can't go into it on the internet and explain to you how I got those 10,000 games. I'm just going to say allegedly I have 10,000 games on it, and I may or may not have come by them in one way or another. Beans, you can get one. They're they're probably like 200-300 bucks, depending, if you get them at where you get them and at what time. But during Christmas, usually the best time. I got a spectacular deal on. Yeah, that came out nice. Let me see. Can you actually see the? You can still see a little bit, but you can see the stitching. Um, I got a pretty good deal on mine because they were discontinuing that line of the model and bringing out another one, and the new one sucks. You can't even do your bring your own games or nothing on it. I used to have a real deal arcade machine. It wasn't Mortal Kombat though; it was ER Kung Fu. And believe it or not, I paid I think $300 for it. But what's funny about it is the guy who sold it to me is an old friend. That's why he sold it to me. And he's like, yeah, I play it here and there. The kids would play it here and there, but it takes up too much fucking space. So my buddy gets his truck. We go pick it up. All that, $300. There you go, smack in the mouth. Have a nice day. Get it home, hook it up. Everything works perfect. All that stuff. Man, that fucking thing took up so much space that I was just like, yeah, I need to get rid of this. I ended up selling it for like 700. Yeah, like that's just it. I but man. So here's the thing about my wife, and I love my wife. She is the greatest person in my life. You guys have always heard me say this kind of shit. For our 10th anniversary, what she wanted to get me, because for my 5th anniversary, she could bought me a pool table, right? Custom pool table. For our 10th anniversary, she wanted to get me my favorite pinball machine of all time, which is Black Rose. And she actually had the she still has the funding to put a fucking way for it too. But she watches the market, everything else, like the whole 9 yards on the pinball machines. And she's like, look, our anniversary's coming up. I'm thinking about getting you Black Rose. I'm like, do not get me that fucking thing. She's like, what? I'm like, don't get me that thing. She's like, but you said you always wanted it, and I told you I would get you it, get it for you eventually, right? Yeah, 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 yeah. But look, I just remember with the arcade how much room the fucking thing takes up, and then I got to do repair on it, and it's just gonna sit around. Like I'm thinking about it. The more I thought about it, I was like, as much as I want one of those damn things, I don't want one of those damn things. Repairing, like that's just it. I don't know how it is with the one up because I've never taken one apart, but like mine, it had a restrictor plate in it that makes it go four directions. So you have north, south, west, east, or east, west, however you want to say, right? It's like an X and it goes under the joystick so that when you're playing Pac Man, it's up, down, or what have you. But when you're playing stuff like Street Fighter or Mortal Kombat, it sucked because you can't roll. You have to go doom, doom because they don't have those games, Street Fighter, Mortal Kombat, on the system. So I had to buy a 8-way restrictor plate, take apart the entire board, all the joysticks and everything, and then switch it in there. And then also I put bat toppers, they're called, because they came with like ball toppers. So I had to unscrew it, screw in the bat topper, which is like the elongated, like a baseball bat. So you have better control when you're playing fighting games and stuff. You like this? So you think this was a good addition? By the way, I am currently running off one light tube. So the other upgrade, and it was the wife's idea, is actually the up top lighting. Turn that off real quick. And I was showing this off earlier, which I got paint up on it, but this thing is actually for fingernails, and it is a magnifying glass with a light built into it. You can probably see the light ring here on the outside, and it's just one light now that shines down from up above. And it flexes and everything else. But if I need to get in detail on something, I can now pop that open, drop it down, and look through the fucking magnifying glass so I can really hit some fine line. It's for a fingernail table. She I was like, I don't know about this thing when she got it. She's like, look, they are normally $200. I got them for $35 a piece through whatever deal she had going on at the nail site. And I'm like, fuck it, I'll take it. Worst case, I'll just use it as a light if I don't never use the magnifier. And then hooked it up, and yeah, it works. The green screen, I just figured out how to do this today. I had thought about it. I was like, there's got to be a way to do green screen with OBS that's free, cheap, and easy. And I figured it out. And I downloaded, well, like you can see with the backgrounds or what have you. I can actually go and let me see. Right now, I've got like animated GIFs set up, right? But if I wanted to do, let's say I just wanted to do this one. Let me see how this would look. Okay. And boom. Ew. Nah, that's all zoomed out. So I have to fuck with that. But yeah, I figured out how to do all the different background stuff. Lock that one back in. Let me see. I'll add one. See if I can't do this real quick while we're on stream. Just call it fucking image. That works. Yeah, I didn't even realize OBS could do this, and I don't know why I didn't realize OBS could do this. I felt like a retard when I did figure it out. I'll just do this real rough. I'm not going to refine it and dial it in. Just to give you an idea, here's one. I could do this. I could have that as the background the whole time. I mean, again, it's not refined. So if I move it around, I don't think you guys can see me moving it around. But yeah, I mean, I can legit just do it where it's GAM catches up now. Creepy one for 6. Okay, hold on. Switch that off real quick. Actually, let me see if this image is still there. Oh, I got one for 6. There you go. This will make 6 happy. There you go, 6. Now we can work on Mega Man and Cut Man. We can 1,000%. Just sit here and there you go. You like that one, 6? We can make the workspace whatever we want now, basically, guys. Matter of fact, now that I'm thinking about it, I just thought of another application for this shit. I think you're gonna dig this. Matter of fact, I know you're gonna dig this shit. And you're gonna cheat because you're gonna see all the images come up on the side. But let's say let's just argue this. Okay, we'll drop a nut. Okay, we'll drop that in there. Let's just say let's just say we wait a minute, I gotta shut this one off real quick. Switch that over, turn that back on. Let's just say we do actually get that Man of Steel model. And I need a reference photo. So I'm going to paint the bad boy up to make it match. And I need exact matching on it. Right? You following my logic here, peoples? So I need, let's say, right here is the Man of Steel model, right where my hand is. And I'm like, okay, is this paint job going good? And then I just go and I download the image. And now I look at the face and go, that kind of matches. That doesn't match. We came a long way from a paper towel. Yeah, you're not fucking wrong. But now I can actually drop the reference picture right in the background and then have the reference. You know how I always had the references like here and here? Well, actually, it'd be over here, but like down here, and I'd have one here. Now I can just drop the reference right in the background of whatever I'm painting. So, like, if I'm working on when I build out this model, and I gotta do them. Ooh, well, that blocks me. You bastards. As I find that blocked me from doing that picture. Yeah, there we go. Nope, won't let me grab it. There we go. Why does it keep jumping off my damn thing? So I should be able to do this. Um, Open that up like that. Okay. Actually, I should be able to use both backgrounds on top of each other too, believe it or not. And there you go. Now we can do when I'm painting a Smurf model, I can look at Smurf while I'm painting the model. So that's just it. I think this is GAM leveling up his game, I hope. But it's shit like this that if I can figure it out, and then just keep advancing. Like, so from now on, like, for example, when I was painting Bizarro, instead of having like the little tiny picture of Bizarro, I could do this. Color reference, everything right there. let me see then. That means do this. I do actually a better one. Um, I hear you, Puffy. There you go, boy. So now I should be able to do. Like when I go to paint Hobgoblin, I want to get him accurate to the toy. Granted, I'd actually want to get him more accurate to. Damn, that picture's huge. I would find a good picture of him like this. Put that there. Let's switch this on, and bam. So when I'm painting Hobgoblin, I'll probably stream on. I think I'm streaming on Thanksgiving, Christmas, and fucking New Year's. I have to look at the scheduling, but yeah, I might go live for people that don't have families. My kids are grown, and me and the wife celebrate Thanksgiving. Unless I'm passed out for turkey, we don't watch football or any of that bullshit. So I probably will, and that's always on the Thursday. Um, Matter of fact, that might be a good time to paint Hobgoblin with the pumpkin bombs, pumpkin pie, pumpkin bombs. But I think, actually, to tell you the truth, what I'll probably end up doing is background remover, so this way I have stuff like this going on, but no background. Like that white would be gone around the Hobgoblin, so you just have the fire going through them. Matter of fact, I wonder if I can do this shit. Filter. Holy shit, I can. Okay. And custom color. Oh, I made the whole thing go by. That was not supposed to happen. That's green. Let me try magenta. Yep. Sorry, guys. New toy, and I'm fucking with it. Oh, there we go. It's a little bit better. I mean, this is just kind of fast. Let's see if I can't get the edge down. There you go. That's GAM fucking with something for 5 seconds. But there you. So like when I'm painting Hobgoblin, what do you guys think? Like I could put that up just like that. You know, um, simple little things. It's the little things in life that when I start fucking around with something and diving into it a little bit and figuring it out, maybe I can give myself a little bit better production value, so to speak. Like if I'm gonna look at his head, for example, and do a comparison. Okay, I need to go red in the eyes. I need to go orange here. I don't know what the stitching is. Give me 1 second. I gotta walk the puffers. Too funny. Yeah. Now I can go right into the reference. Look at how the goblin's face is supposed to look. The color match, everything else. Yeah, that should be solid. All right, that is good stuff. What the hell is going on here? Well, that thing went to crap. What do you guys do? Jesus Christ, is that all Smurf? That is Smurf. Smurf, what the fuck are you doing? Jesus Christ, Smurf. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Very shagadelic, baby. Yeah. Oh.
My God, man. Dear Lord. The top left one, is that white and nerdy? Oh, I don't doubt it. You know what's crazy? I'm looking at the number. It says I have 0 people watching right now, even though there was just one chat that went through. So somehow it's a miracle, but there was no. All right, let me open up that shit again. Dockable window. I gotta reload that. Failed. YouTube has failed me. I can't understand. YouTube is always perfect. Why would it fail now? There we go. Now it's got everything right. Fucking piss me off. It shows 6 on your desktop. What's 6 doing on your desktop? 6, what are you doing on her desktop, dude? You know, if it had been me, Smurf, you would have been able to see my big blue dingus, okay? I just got done my shift at the butt plug factory, shipping them out to people, okay? I was dancing around in my underoos, my underwears, whatever you want to say nowadays, okay? And yeah, you know, it's just the way Smurf rolls sometimes. Wee-oo, wee-oo. Wee-oo, wee-oo. Yeah, I'm definitely going to have fun with this damn thing. Space, the final frontier. These are the voyages of the USS Smurf. I'm on a desktop now, GAM, okay? I had a delivery of these things that I ship out at Amazon. I had to deliver, okay? But they're in a discreet brown package. I can't tell you what's in them. It's against the policy, okay? Yeah, the animated ones are much cooler. Much cooler than the standard photos. But I'm gonna have to dig. I have a whole bunch of stock footage that, like, think of my old GAM videos where I'm wearing the mask and my trench coat and everything else. I'm sure some of those stock footages would be badass in the background here. Everybody Smurfy in Smurfyville. Oh. I'll have to dig through. I wonder. This won't show up when I'm looking through it, I don't think. Nope. Not seeing it. Cool. Let me see if I can find the most adorable thing you've ever seen. Nope. Negative on the positive there. Those are 3D prints. He's not there. Damn, that sucks. I do have a bunch. They're all MOV files, MP4 files. Yeah, I must have it on the external. Looking, I have a picture of my cat Frack when he was a baby.
Really cool. That was a really cool picture of me in my championship days.
It was me in my championship days, okay? This is what I did, okay? I used
I
to.
like the new setup, dude. That's pretty cool.
You
You gotta
like
say,
you like the new shit?
yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, I
Yeah, the
mean,
green screen stuff is
yeah,
it's new, it's hip, it's in there today. Let's just use it. Good.
dude, no, I figured this shit out right before I went live. Cuz
Nice.
the background thing, right? The actual green screen, it's microfiber cloth that I used to clean my fucking 3D printer with. So
Nice.
I got like a 36 pack. They're like mechanics towels or for buffing the wax on the car or what have you. So I got like a 36 pack. I'm like, I'll set that down, and then I'm looking at it. I'm like, man, that looks like a damn green screen.
It's a chamois screen.
Yeah, I
It's a
was like,
chamois
it's a
screen.
chamois
That's
screen.
cool.
So I was like, fuck it, let me see what happens. And then I did it, and yeah, I'm actually kind of happy with the results. Like I've researched it, no joke, like 45 minutes before I went live. I was like, I've got the whole new setup with the new light and everything. Let me try this, and it
Well, I
worked.
mean, that's cool because you can literally pull up a picture of anything that you want to look at.
Yeah,
Talk about getting your reference right there, dude.
you're not wrong. Put the reference right there. If it's something animated, and then like that's just it. It's shit like this when I figure something out, and like I figured it out by accident because, like I said, I just rushed it. Doing things like this what makes me like, oh, this could be really cool on a stream. I'm not seeing anybody else do this shit. You know.
Nope.
see.
That's cool. Oh, dude, that top left one that you were talking about, that was LMFAO's "I'm Sexy and I Know It."
Dude, I thought it was
I'm
pretty.
sexy and I know it.
I thought it was pretty fly for a white guy because I didn't listen to it.
Oh no, you could totally see me shaking my junk around. I was flipping it all over the place there.
It was bouncing everywhere. Okay, let me just tell you what.
I knew Beans was gonna love it though. I was like, fuck it. I made those years ago, back when I worked at the bar. I still got a bunch more of them too.
Yeah, I got
I
one
feel like
for
those
you.
were the best ones.
Okay.
You're welcome, Beans. It just shows that my diversity when it comes to my acting. I can do everything. See,
I can do it all.
even the little wee man.
Some of these. This one is a classic. This is some. You want to talk about some '90s, like old school '90s shit? I'm putting it up now, Smurf. Check this out. That was our logo for our crew.
It's a little behind. Oh, there it
Yeah,
is.
yeah. There it goes. The Stony Bees.
Nice.
Guido drew that out. I added the like lettering underneath, but yeah, that was us back in the day. We were the Stony Bees. The last
Damn, dude, I would have got along so good with him. I feel.
yeah, yeah, you would have loved hanging with them.
Man, yeah, that's cool as shit.
The fucking Stony Bees, like he's got the fucking like bloodshot eye and the fucking joint hanging out his
Yeah.
fucking mouth. Yeah, we when we because you the whole thing is you could put that into like a bitmap or what have you, a BMP file, and in certain games you could actually add it to the armor. So like when we'd play old school Quake, like Quake Team Fortress in particular, we would put that on the center of our armor. So you'd be running around with the
Oh,
Stony Bee
that's
on you
cool.
or on your shoulder like a patch.
Yeah, there's been a few games that you could do that in. That was kind of cool. You literally show off your crew in the game.
Yeah. There you go.
That's cool.
Yeah, and then that's my one tattoo. Oh, the way this was the reference picture. As soon as it actually like catches up and displays on screen correctly. Triple yin yang. Good, evil, and the pain caused between them. Pretty badass. Yeah, it's crazy looking through these fucking pictures. It's a whole bunch of I can't even show those pictures. Yeah, because I have actually a picture of my kid, like kiddo, standing in front of the green screen and everything else. What the fuck else I got on here? I'm looking for the one picture, the awe picture, and I'm not finding it. I really think I offloaded the shit. Streaming. Man, I've got so much shit. I've got like 10 video editors on here that I stole. I mean, that I borrowed. Yeah. That's what I totally meant borrowed there. I did not mean stole. I've never stolen anything in my life. Everything I have is paid for, 1,000% legit. Shit. That was from. Yeah, that ain't gonna work. for another editing software. Bro, I have so much shit on this old PC I forgot about. Including Sorry Not Sorry.
I wonder if SE did go check that out.
I haven't seen SE.
I know I haven't either.
I mean, last I heard from him, he turned gay and then was like, "I'm out. I'm gonna have that operation," and I haven't seen him since. So, so hopefully the it went well. Shit, that's backgrounds, but they won't work. I could cry. My last year of Adobe Photoshop that I had for free. That now they've added the AI component. You can't do it anymore. Damn logo. What the fuck's this? Oh, that's the unenhanced logo. Intro. That's the videos logos. Blah blah blah. Fuck Smurf. I was hoping I had this shit. Look under this.
I was expecting to work all night, but
Yeah,
didn't have enough.
I was gonna say, man, like that's crazy shit.
Yeah, didn't have enough work, so got the VTO.
How do they not? Oh yeah, because people are probably waiting. Man, I can't buy shit. My SNAP benefits didn't come through. I gotta buy food instead of fucking brand new dildos. This some bullshit. I'm blaming this shit right on Donald Trump.
The wife didn't get VTO'd though. I did.
Oh shit, dude.
She's like, that's bullshit. She's the only problem solver that they have there.
All right, I found one. Let me put this up because you'll get a kick out of this.
How much for one rib?
I sure am hungry. That is the answer to that question. I sure am hungry. Let me get some. Let me get a rib.
I remember he's like, how much is just one rib? Well,
Yeah.
I don't know. You get 5 or something like that. It comes out like, well, I can't remember what it
Yeah.
was, but it was hilarious.
How much for? How much for? I want some soda. How about? How about fuck the cup? Pour it in my hand for a dime.
How about just for 2 sips?
Dude, yeah. This. Actually, you know what? I can probably do this with this and make it work. But you're gonna laugh. I'm not even gonna. Filters. Effect filter.
I can see a piece of something.
Right. I did that on purpose so that I could do this and then zoom it out. It's coming up now. You're going to see it change over. What's going on, guys? It's me, Smurf.
Hey.
That is Smurf's logo that I made for him for Sorry Not Sorry.
That's a good one.
Yep. Yeah, that was what his icon was for Sorry Not Sorry.
Yeah, there's no mustache on there.
Smurf doesn't have a dude. That's not a mustache Smurf's wearing in real life. He's got a filthy Sanchez.
Yeah, no mustache or sides.
But yeah, like,
Just a little
dude,
go.
that's in chroma key. So it's been like, matter of fact, shit. That's in chroma key. And I can make it work. Like that's just it, man. I'm sitting there fucking with it. I'm fucking with this on stream instead of just doing it off like on my own, like a normal fucking human being. Right? Like, you know what? I'll just do this right here on stream. You guys can see how the sausage is made. Just talking shit the whole time. I'm trying to see. That's the logos. Yeah, 'cause I wonder if this will come up right. Yeah, see how that shit turned blue? Because the background is green screen, and then I had to do blue screen on the logo when it flashes in so I could get a second effect on it. But I can actually, like, matter of fact, shit. If I do this and then that, well, actually, I'll keep that one on too. I can just overlay it. There it is. That's how the GAM logo, like, intro was originally made. Browse. Let's see. I should have one of the final logos too, so and that should fit right in. It does. Nice. So the intro video that you watch with Guido's music playing, there it is. Yeah. Yep. Had to figure all that shit, but that's just it. Because of that, as soon as I saw this thing, it took me like exactly 3 seconds to figure out how it worked. Because I'm like, oh, I've done much more difficult shit than this. Like the OG logo is actually from the back of my trench coat, like a picture, and then I had to green screen it digitally, and then turn that silver, that catches up, into blue, and then I actually did it because I didn't know how to use the shit where you can do text real small and then tell it to get to this size. So it's literally still frames of the catches up coming out. I actually did that like stop motion, like old school, like here's it all the way the far back. Here's it a little bit closer, a little bit like 50 frames of it just getting a little bit closer till it goes into the silver.
A little bit more.
Like
A little bit more.
Yeah, dude, bro, I'm telling you what, like patience of a saint when you're working with that stuff. And it made me appreciate because one dude's models who I've not been able to find. And the ones I found, they want like $50 for them and shit, right? To just buy the 3D print for it. Ray Harryhausen. You know who he is?
Not right offhand.
Okay, not offhand. But I guarantee you, if I mention these movies to you, you'll be like, oh, holy shit, yes, I do. So let's start with The Beast from 20,000 Fathoms, Jason and the Argonauts, The Seven Voyages of Sinbad,
Okay.
the 80s version of Clash of the Titans. He does all the stop motion monsters. So the Kraken, Pegasus, Calabac, like Medusa, that's all Ray Harryhausen.
Yeah.
And he did it all with stop motion and like basically like making clay figures and moving them.
Yeah, the claymation stuff. That was cool.
Yeah, dude.
And I knew I recognized that name somewhere.
Yeah, Ray Harryhausen, you know his work. You've seen it 1,000 times. And even if you don't know his name, you know his work, right? Like, especially like Clash of the Titans 80s version was like his magnus opus, right? Like the owl, for fuck's sake, was even just done that way. Like they built a mechanical owl and then he, for Ubu or Boo Boo, was it Boo Boo or Ubu? I can't remember. But yeah, I found like a Kraken, and the fucking thing had like the back end of it looks like a lobster, and it's actually modeled after Harryhausen's model. If you go to buy the model kit, people sell them for like $200 because they made official ones. But then 3D modelers did it. They're pretty damn close, but they want like $50 for the fucking STL file for the actual print file. I'm like, you can suck an ass, dude. But yeah, I mean, it just cracks me up, the old school GAM logo. I wonder if that would have looked better with like fire behind it or something. Let's see. I don't know. A little odd.
Still looks cool.
The vortex. I like the lightning storm though. That was, kind of an ode to Ride the Lightning. Y'all need to do a podcast, you and Smurf.
Okay.
Yeah, we never thought of that.
Yeah. Okay. Now it would be fine. Okay, Beans. But what you need to do, Beans, is go on YouTube and look it up. It's there. Our one and only podcast.
It exists.
It's called. It is there. It is there. I promise. SE looked it up the other day. I just don't know if he watched it.
Yeah,
I
I don't know if he watched it either.
But it's called Sorry Not Sorry.
Yep.
With GAM and Smurf, I believe.
No, with GAM and Grand Master Smurf or Master Smurf or whatever. Because Smurf, it wouldn't. I can't remember. I'd have to look it up. But yeah, if you look up GAM Smurf and Sorry Not Sorry, it'll all come up together. If you just look up Sorry Not Sorry, it's going to come up with a bunch of songs.
Yep.
She said, yeah, try again now that Smurf speaks. Jesus Christ, that thing. It was fucking brutal. Oh, I mean, that's just it, though. We kind of do that now, just streaming,
Yeah, so it wouldn't be hard now.
Yeah, it would pretty much be the same shit you're getting right now.
But that first one, he was totally like Ruby Rod on me from The Fifth Element, and I was Bruce Willis in that podcast.
Yeah. Smurf was not
was
comfortable
the
at all.
One-liners. That was it.
Yeah, Smurf was not like it. Just I was used to making the videos. Smurf isn't. It's just one of them damn things.
Well, we just kind of figured that it would be easy because all me and GAM did at the time was sit in a party chat together, talking all night long.
Yeah,
playing a video game.
Right.
So we thought it would be easy, but then he like was putting me on the spot, and I wasn't ready for it.
Yeah,
and that's the result.
yeah, that is the result. Because the whole thing is, I'm comfortable with it. I'm just like, okay, yeah, I'm just talking to the mic like I normally do, and Smurf's talking to the mic like he normally does. We'll be fine with this. It's just the same shit we do online playing a game. Unfortunately, when we weren't playing the game and you're focused, that's when it fucks you up, because like all of a sudden it was like, oh wait, we're just legit doing Q&A here. Fuck.
Right. I wasn't doing anything else, like with my hands or with my eyes. Even if I was just like fidgeting with something, or anything would have made it easier for me.
Right.
For sure.
So
just
now
sitting there all nervous.
Yeah,
now weird.
Now Smurf can just knock this shit out of the park, because we started playing games and he's distracted or whatever. He got comfortable with everybody in the audience actually listening to him and stuff, and like,
it's all because of GAM. If it wasn't for GAM, you guys would never even have known who I was.
I don't know about all that.
I was lucky enough to let you have me join in with you.
Yeah, I was lucky enough to have you, brother. Because, it adds a different dimension to the show than just my single voice having to sit here for fucking 12 hours and talk about, Like for a while there, dude, it was nothing but like, yeah, so the Republicans did this today and the Democrats did that today. And you know what I mean? Like after a while, I was even just going like, man, I don't want to fucking talk politics at all anymore. This sucks. I was like, this feels like work. Watching Fox News for like an like 6 hours a day, and then CNN for another like 3 hours, and MSNBC for like an hour and a half because it was all just like Trump bad. Like, oh fuck this.
Oh, you know what I saw at work tonight? I kept seeing these like it looked like it was packaging that was like ripped, so I didn't pay any attention to it. I didn't pull it out or throw it away or anything. It's just I just left it in there. But then after I saw like 10 of these things, I was like, what the hell? It was like an old. It was kind of like an old. Like I thought it was like a Matchbox car kind of like a package thing, and the top was ripped completely like off across the top. But it ended up being a card, like a playing card.
Oh
But the
really?
thing is, yeah. So I kept seeing these, like it's ripped in half, right? And I kept seeing the same thing. And finally, I reached in and I grabbed one and I looked at the other side, and it's a king of diamonds, but it was Trump.
Huh?
It was President Trump.
That's
So
fucking.
somebody was taking the Trump cards, the king of diamonds out of a pack from somewhere and ripping it in half and leaving a half in a bin on the pods that I was picking from.
Wow.
Because I see like product in there, and then I look down at the bottom. There's like a ripped piece of something. I saw like 10 of them. I'm like, Jesus, Trump, Trump King of Diamonds cards.
Jesus. Yeah, I just well, you missed it earlier, dude, because you're still working or whatever. And shout out to Bob. Bob was in here, and he's like, how do I talk to you? Because I'm like, you have an open way, but like, you just hop in. You know that. Danny Boss can get in there. You can get in there. David Mon can get in there. Um, SE can get in there. He's got full access now. And Rogue can get in there, right? So good old Rogue and
Yeah, yeah.
Leaf, right, can hop in. So Bob was like, how do I talk to you? I'm like, Discord, Bob. Like, and then funny enough, Bob's been on Discord before, not my Discord, but the ABL unofficial Discord. Not on one account. And I thought it was just he had two accounts because he must have forgotten a password or something. He's been on there with 3 different accounts, right? And the person who knows this is Beans because she's still in that old Discord. And I'm just like, I was like, Bob, you got a Discord? He's like, no, I don't. And I was like, Beans, verify this shit, right? And Beans is like, yeah, you got 3 accounts. And he was, so he's just like, I was like, yeah, he's like, well, what if I don't know the password or what have you? I was like, well, then you just click on the verify thing, have him verify your email and have him send you out a new password. And he was like, yeah, but I don't have an account there and all this. That's not me. And Beans is like, the fuck it isn't. It's you, motherfucker.
How many have you had tonight?
Dude, I was like, Beans, you just had a GAM moment. She was just like, yes, you do. Click on the fucking verifier. Like, she didn't say fucking or anything. She wasn't rude. That, like, no language with it. But she was just like, I read that shit. I was like, damn, Beans was just like, motherfucker, press that button now before I break your thumbs. I was like, God damn. I was like, you just had a GAM moment. We're like, I've had enough of your shit. Do it now. But yeah, you missed it. It was fucking great. Because then afterward, Bob was just like, yeah, I'm going to go, guys. I was like, Beans made him quit.
Poor Bob.
Yeah. The worst part, well, what I think really stunned the shit out of him on it, right, was that Beans doesn't have nuts, so he didn't know where he could kick. He was just like, I don't know. I can't kick her in the nuts. What the fuck do I do here?
I'm just gonna go ahead and go, guys.
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna go. I can't punt. But yeah, I was like, I literally, I'm sitting here and I'm just like, I saw it and I had to hit
how do you
fucking.
how do you forget though?
I
How do you
don't.
forget you got 3 different accounts? He's like, I don't have a Discord.
Well,
What?
no. At first, he was like, "I've never been on Discord," and I was like, "You say that every time, but I've definitely seen you message on Discord. Like, I definitely did when I was in the ABL unofficial. Like, I know I had. Like, I'm not fucking nuts." But yeah, like it was just like I had to mute my mic and like laugh for a good solid like 30 seconds, 40 seconds. Like I had to hold it back because it was just fucking brutal. Like I mean, out of nowhere, I was not expecting it. Like I thought it was going to be all gentle, like walk through, like, hey, look, it's just this, it's just no, fuck that. You click on it now. Just click the damn verify. Yeah, I
But
mean,
there's
and,
3 of
and
them.
that's where
It
I'm
doesn't
at
matter.
too.
Pick one.
Like he always asked, come on and everything. I would love to have him on to talk. Like he does. He's got interesting stories. I've heard him call on ABL, so he has no problem talking, stuff like
Yeah,
that. And he probably has some
he's
fun
fucked with me
stories,
too. So
but he just was not like Beans was not fucking I mean, not having it at all. Like in a way, like I almost heard I'm not the fucking moderator anymore. I can say whatever shit I want because I'm just a listener now. So fuck you guys. Like, I don't have to adhere to any moderator niceties. Fuck this. Do it now. Like I was for a minute there, I thought she was going to turn out her pocket and make him grab hold of it and walk him through the prison yard. Like it was fucking like I kind of wish you were here for it because you would have fucked me
it's
up
still funny that he would ask, "How do I talk to you anyways?" How many times have we put up there?
in
Go to the
Discord.
Discord.
Yeah, you go to the
Right.
Discord, you let me know you're in there. You go to the general chat, and I'll just move you into the chat we're in.
Like we've said that several streams in a row. As a matter
A
of
bunch,
fact.
yeah, dude. Well, I mean, because he's got opinions, and like I know because he came in. The first thing he asked me was, "Did you hear about Nancy Pelosi saying she's not running for re-election? Like that's it, she's done, she's tapped out." And I was like, "Yeah, I did." Gave my opinion. He gave his opinion. And then that's when he wanted to talk, and I'm like, "Yeah, he would have definitely like had some like a good conversation going. Like I banged Nancy Pelosi back when I was a young man, something like this. And out of nowhere, it was just like I said, Beans was patient for about 30 seconds, and then I realized why they offshore IT jobs to fucking like India and shit. Because they're used to getting yelled at like that. Like she was just mean. We're gonna start calling her Mean Bean.
Did you? I'll check it out.
Fucking unreal. Dude, Rogue found all those
I see it.
dude, Rogue
What the fuck, dude?
Rogue posted a whole bunch of those Soro videos where I was talking about and the dank memes. You guys should check them out. Like there's some funny like little videos. Like they're real fast, but they're fucking hysterical. Of course, you'd come in at the end when I'm fucking like about to sign off, go eat dinner, and break down
Oh yeah, I just
everything.
figured I'd come in for a minute and
Yeah,
till you was done
yeah.
there.
I'd be remiss if I didn't tell you about that fucking Bob story because like I said, I thought Beans was just like going to hand him his ass right through the computer. I was shocked. I was like, damn, I've never heard her get feisty like this. It's like somebody has told her that, yeah, you need to let that anger out, and she was just like, oh, now's the time. Damn,
That's funny as hell, though. You got 4 different damn accounts.
dude, it was 3 different accounts.
Yeah, pick one, bro. Just pick, just pick one.
And like, at first I was like, well, no, I mean, think about it. You make an account and then you forgot the password or something, right? So you're just like, fuck it, I'll make another account. But what if he's being serious, right? Like he's being dead serious. He doesn't remember that he created the other 2 accounts. Like I never made an account. Holy shit, somebody's impersonating me on the internet. Like, man, that'd scare the shit out of you.
Yeah.
Maybe, he's multiversal. Like maybe he's traveling through a multiverse and it's 3 different versions of him, like different timelines. Like, this one wasn't in the Navy, this one was in the Air Force, this one was clearly an Army Ranger.
We'll find out if he jumps in sometimes and tells us some story about like World War One or something.
Yeah, dude. Like all of a sudden he hops in and he's like, "Hey, wait a minute. Why do they keep calling Trump Hitler? Because Hitler's still in power." Like, what? What the fuck did you say?
Like, wait a minute. How old are you? Shit.
Like
World War One.
Next time on Sliders.
Back in the day when I met the founding fathers. I was there when they signed the Declaration.
on the during the 5th World War. Like what? Wait, what?
It was us against the aliens.
Being said Spider Bob across the multiverse. Hey, maybe he is a time traveler. We don't know.
No.
I mean, maybe Smurf's really Sylvester Stallone. You don't know.
You don't know. Nobody knows.
Fucking crazy. Crazy fucking shit. And I mean, shout out to Bob. He's such a good guy. And it would have been amazing. Like, I am looking forward to the day when he goes, "Hey, I figured out this Discord account is mine." And like jumps in and we have a whole conversation. I'm looking forward to that day. I think that could be cool as shit.
We'll bring back a podcast like the Art Bell Show.
Dude, yeah, like seriously. Art Bell, man.
That would be cool, dude. Having some people call in with some crazy ass stories like that. And we can sit there and talk to them for a minute.
Yeah, I mean,
that'd be cool.
Yeah,
that'd be cool.
The problem is with like an Art Bell format or whatever. One, I mean, he had millions of people listening to him, hundreds of thousands, whatever. Like even if it wasn't in the millions, like later on it became in the millions. It was definitely at least 100, 200,000 people that would listen to him on a nightly basis, right? And it's some of them I go back and I listen to them because you have Midnight in the Desert. I can't remember the other ones. The big one was Midnight in the Desert. But you listen and some of the stories that come off of there, like Mel's Hole, what Mad is
that's a creepy one.
Dude, Mad Mike Mardigan is the one that's fucked up. Where he's like he says he's a time traveler. This is all the stuff he did and blah 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 blah. And like he's on there like 3 times, I want to say 3 or 4 times. And he'll talk about like, yeah, and then I ended up over here, but I had no memory of who I was or anything else, and it was like 3 years in the future. And Like he disappeared for like 5 years from calling into Art Bell, but then ended up calling into him again. Like it was weird.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I would trust me. Smurf and I would do that. We would like do a whole fucking part of it. But Art Bell had rules for a reason. One call in per night per person. So you never got a second chance. Like that's it. You get one shot at this. Um, most times it was you have to back your fucking story up. Like make it a good one. And Art Bell, at first I was like, some of this stuff is clearly bullshit. Why is he just humoring the person on the other end of the phone, right? And then I realized like he never let the truth get in the way of a good story. So like somebody would be is telling him some bullshit, and you're like, that's clearly fucking bullshit. But legitimately, it was a good story. So it's fun to listen to. But the Mel's Hole one is creepy because there is actually like wherever Mel's Hole they believe it was and all that it's been blocked out of Google Maps, like all kinds of shit. Like it was a weird story.
Yeah, it's been blocked off. Like it's been filled in, they said. So there's
Right.
only one way you can fill in a black hole, like a bottomless pit, right? Like how do you just fill in a bottomless pit?
I you have to I
Only
did
one
it.
way.
No,
You have to
dude.
go down a little, just
I
you
did
just
what
have to cover it and put some shit over it.
well, I mean, even then, technically the gravity well would suck in whatever you put on top of it. You just have to do it like I had an ex girlfriend who was like a black hole. I just strapped a 2x4 to my ass and jumped. I made it. Um, Jesus.
Yeah, that one was crazy though. They threw in like dead animals and then they come back to life like it's the pet
Yeah,
cemetery, but they're not right.
yeah,
They're not
yeah.
right. And like, come on.
Yeah, there's
They
some.
dropped they dropped in that sheep or something like that,
Uh
like
huh.
tied rope to it and lowered it down and then pulled it up and it wasn't right. It was like, I don't know,
Yeah.
inside out or something like that. It was
I
crazy.
can't remember. Yeah, I don't know. That kind of shit's it's always interesting shit. But I would love to hear, sometimes my problem is, yeah, it would be a fucking problem too. Somebody would hit me with woo woo that is too big of woo woo, and I would just lose my fucking mind. You know what I mean? Like out of nowhere, it's just like yeah, I was sleeping and this ghost came in my room, and next thing I know, it put a thumb in my butt, and I'm just like, yeah, let me debunk you right now. That was actually your uncle, and you were 12. And yeah,
This
I
ghost
know
came
this because
into my
I
room and it turned my tea bag into a speed bag. I didn't
yeah
know what was going on.
yeah. Next thing I know, there was this dude. He came in and he snuck up behind me. He was like, "Hey yo, you seen Adrian?" And yeah, this will all be over soon. Don't worry about the little poke in the back. It's okay. I'm just a little excited here. Okay.
Sneak up behind, whisper in your ear. Take you
Yeah, call in story show would be kind of cool. The only problem is that we'd have to find you would have to have the audience for it. Like if I had a big reach, like if I had like 1,000, 2,000 subscribers or something that listened and all this kind of shit, we'd probably be able to find a bigger audience with that kind of show. But where it's at right now, not yet. We can't do that kind of show just yet because we would get one or two people that call in and you'd just be like, what the fuck? I'd have to learn to not debunk on the fly too and just let people tell their story. That's one of those things I would be biting my fucking like I'd have to cut my tongue out for like 20 minutes or just sit here with a muted mic. Be like, Smurf, you just ask the questions. Like I'd have to message Smurf on the side, like, yo, Smurf, send them text messages, Smurf. this person's dumb as fuck. Like none of this. This is complete bullshit, and here's why. It's just like, hey, keep going.
What else happened after that? That'd be hilarious.
Dude, I'm serious. Like, I would love to do that show, but God, you would have to have people that are willing to call in and talk and tell stories and stuff like. Because now I'm thinking about it, and you just helped me realize something. So I would listen to ABL. Like, I stopped listening to ABL. I would just mute it, interact with the chat or whatever. Whenever the phone calls would come on was when it would come off of mute. And I this is why I haven't been watching them. Now that you just made me realize why I stopped watching ABL. Because even during the call-in section of the show, when you might get something interesting, like Bob will call in, for example, right? Or you get Danny Boss who calls in, used to call in from time to time. That sort of thing, right? You get some interesting calls. You also get these dumb as fuck callers too. And like, I mean, they'll go on for like a good 5 minutes, and like even ABL's just rolling his eyes at different points, going, okay, sir, get to the point. Just get to the fucking point. So it's one of those things, almost like putting the deer in headlights too. Like, oh wait, am I on? Am I really on the internet? And then you get other guys that just want to be edgelords, like, let me tell you about this, and this girl's, stuff look like this, and my dong is like this big, and you're just like, bro, shut the fuck. Next call.
And muted. And off the call.
Dude, if we did good cop, bad cop, the problem is, again, if we did like a woo woo call in show, I would have to go into it with the frame of mind of, I'm doing a woo woo call in show. Just let people tell their fucking. I would have to look at it through the eyes of Art Bell at that point of, just let people tell a good story. Don't debunk the shit outright. Because, there's. I want you to think about it. Like, I've killed off viewers entirely or subscribers at different times because I was just like, yeah, so here's the problem with your woo woo story. And just like laid it out to them, and just actually being gentle about it too. Like, not even being a dick about it. Just like, this is why this is bullshit. And I just want you to see, so you don't think that things are this way. And yet you still fucking do.
I would ride along with them and make them think that they made a believer out of me.
Yeah, but you also have to be careful. So the other thing is, we would have to, when we did the call-in
I would
segment.
try to have fun. I would try to have fun with them.
Well, that's what Art Bell did. He would ask questions that would lead heavier into the story, right? So I would do stuff like that too. We would also have to have a policy with the call-ins, no swearing. And the reason why is because all it would take is and I swear to God, we would get one. I know we would. So anyway, Let me just tell you something there, son. Okay? They come down from the spaceship, and I swear these N-words, like, it would happen. It would happen. Somebody would drop an N-bomb, homophobic slur, like the one that I dropped the one time and had to cut it out of the podcast or cut it off the show.
Cut them, apologize. Man, those idiots.
Right. But then again, like I said, you drop an N-word. Okay, that's great. I have that on my platform now. And I'm telling you what, that's good. And then YouTube takes my fucking entire channel down because of it. Because don't think for a second, just because we have Trump in office right now, and it's a Republican administration, That shit can't flip right back to woke when we get a Democrat in office again. And it's going to happen eventually. And once it flips back the other way and they start inciting all those oh, you can't say this, you can't say that, they will go back through my streams, or even worse, they have AI that will just do it for them. Be like, yep, right here, this timeline, everything else. This was said on your show. Sorry, that's a strike. You're gone. There is 100% a reason why I went back when I called Robert Pattinson, that F word vampire. That I had to go back and immediately cut it, not because that word offends me, and it doesn't offend 90% of the people listening. If anything, you guys were probably all dead ass laughing when I said it. It's because the people that it doesn't offend have a very loud voice and will take your entire channel down. I've invited Bagum D on here, and he's pretty good with his internet protocol. But if he gets into it, like how Smurf's gotten into it, where he just started talking, D has a tendency to drop the N word maybe every fourth, fifth word in a sentence.
Oh, that's crazy.
Well, no, he's black. It's just how he talks. It's not, you know what I mean? He's uncancelable. You can't cancel him for it. However, I'm a white guy hosting him. I can get canceled for it. It's just that's these street born. That's just the way he talks. Like it's just part of his vernacular. I've gotten used to it over the years, But at the same point in time, you let one or two of those slip in a sentence. Yeah, it's your channel. And it'll be like, oh, well, I didn't say anything. Well, they don't give a shit if you said it. You platformed it and you allowed it to be said. And what's ridiculous about it is like, I mean, I know more white people that are in words than I do black people, It's more, Sheree, shout out to Sheree. We miss you, Sheree. But Sheree, like I've often said, like I don't have a problem with the N word because it depends on the context it's used in. Like if you're using it to directly be derogatory to one specific race of people in general, that's one thing. If you're using it on an individual that, embodies what that word should mean, ignorant person, it's a different story. Or are you a white guy? I'm beyond white. I'm like transparent. Like I am honky skinned. But that's just it. I don't have like I could really give a good goddamn about people's language.
I hear it at work all the time, every day.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, all the time, but it's not in my vocabulary at all.
Right. I don't.
At least you never have to worry about that with me. Shit.
I mean, I'm often, like, and I'm always making the jokes about like, oh, thank you for calling tech support, like doing that voice and shit like that. But then again, I don't think, they're not going to burn my house down for it. If anything, they're going to ask me if I want to come again and buy another Slurpee. Like, what the fuck, man? It's definitely 4 a.m, isn't it? Holy shit! I'll tell you what. Vallejo. Let me see how much paint I used out of this thing. I'm looking at black paint in a black container, like I'm going to be able to see this.
Yeah, you got some all over your fingers there too.
Oh yeah, dude. I think it's about here. I used.
He wasn't lying when he said that it was like nail stuff.
Dude, I'm telling you what. Do you see my look at that shit? Like I'm holding the model like this, I start spraying it, and I'm like, oh, I might want to get some hand condoms for this.
At first, I was like, "Damn, he smashed the shit out of his thumb," and I'm like, "No, no, he just painted the shit out of it."
Ah, dude. Yeah, because I'm,
He's
you know,
going.
when you're holding on to a part like
Whoa,
this, and you're just like, shh, you
he's going
just
all
hit your
Chris
thumb.
Angel on us, guys. He's gonna paint all his nails black.
Yeah, that shit'll come off. But I mean, I'll tell you what, it coated the shit out of my nail too. Like, look at that. It looks like I did that shit on purpose. It really, like, I got to give Vallejo credit. They weren't lying about the coverage on it and all that stuff, because that was like just a spray out and it covered it evenly.
Yeah, that's a good job.
The
Yep.
3A.
This week I said, screw the models. I'm painting my nails.
Oh God.
Well, that's cool. I got to jump in and say hi for a minute.
For a minute, you've been here for 45 minutes, dickhead.
Oh, it's been that long already? Shit. My bad.
Dude, it's always that way whenever we get into talking. That's the problem. Dear
Yep.
Lord. We just start
So I should just leave. That way you can just get off and
even then.
done.
I gotta seal these guys up so they don't get fucked up. Like collect dust like the poor original Hulk here. The old school, I'll paint this one day and then ended up repainting it and printing it. But look at the dust buildup on this guy. Holy shit! Look at that.
Damn.
Yeah, dude, he's just been sitting on the desk collecting dust. I keep him there though as a gentle reminder with the upgrade and all that, and then seeing the color version versus the other version. Definitely awesome. Oh shit! I just thought about this. I'm gonna have to be careful if I paint anything that's green.
Yeah, it'll look
Yeah,
kind of weird on the
at
screen.
that point, I'm gonna have to kill this green screen because yeah, anything that I put in it. Matter of fact, let me look. All right, so look at that shit, dude. Like you'll see it in a second.
Yeah.
Like how the bottle's like. I mean, I go around to the
Yeah.
back where it's solid, but the actual label is green too, and yeah, and that's a dark green. Like I specifically used shit, you can't even see. Like you can see right through the fucking bottle. It looks like that's fucking hysterical. But if I go to the actual paint color, right there, you go. That doesn't wash
awesome.
it out. But the moment I turn it around to the labels, yeah, because they're the actual solid color, it just makes it invisible.
That is trippy. That's
What would be
awesome.
really trippy is this one's actually, I think this is what color is this? Apple Orchard is what this color's called. Everywhere where there's green paint, completely like invisible. I put
Yep, you don't see it.
I have to put it like if I palm it in my hand, you can see the logo right through my hand. That is
Yep, you'll have to get rid of it. Anything you paint green's gonna show up like that.
yeah, dude.
You're gonna see the background all through it.
You know what I should do? I should print out the Invisible Man and just spray him down with that green. And then just be like, look, guys, I painted the Invisible Man. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, wait. Like, start. Oh my God, Smurf. It would be.
Dude, that would be cool. Like,
you know what a waste of a print it would be? Well, actually, no, because then I could just paint him back in black and then redo it. But if I sat here with the Invisible Man figure, I'm like, I'm going to paint the Invisible Man. And I'm just sitting here with that green paint on the brush. and like painting it on him, and he like disappears as it's going.
Yeah. Yeah.
Dude, that would be so fucking epic. Like,
Yeah.
I painted the
Man, it would
Invisible
be.
Man.
Look. Yep, he's invisible.
Yeah, I maybe I'll do a like a little mini of him, and then zoom it in or whatever, and then do the full model and actually paint him out right with the bandages and everything else. But yeah, that could be a really fun one to just fuck with people like that right there. That's a short. I'm gonna paint the Invisible Man.
Beans. she, she posted a picture. She posted a picture of it. It says Gam painted his nails on stream tonight. Y'all missed it. Sorry, not sorry.
Jesus Christ. This is why I don't show my dingus on stream. Like,
That's
oh, you're never
great.
gonna believe what Gam pulled out tonight. He's pulling out all the stops.
Oh yeah.
Dear Lord. Fucking.
That's great.
Yeah, that's.
All right, guys. I'm gonna go ahead and jump out, let him finish up, and y'all have a good one.
That's a good call. I think I should take it down for the night anyway. I'm just talking in circles. It's like 4:15 in the morning. You're not going to be there for everybody. Ask me, Smirk going to be there for the gaming stream on Friday? Like, no.
Yeah, no.
Nope. Smurf's got to work.
Yep.
And then tomorrow comes and, hey, you're never going to believe what happened to me, Gam, okay?
If I get VTO, it'll be at lunchtime again.
I got VTO'd again. I know you're just about to wind down the stream, but let's play for like 6 hours on Raft. What do you say? Son of a bitch.
That's
all right,
funny.
brother. Yeah, thank you, bro.
Yep.
And I will. Well, Smurf and I will be back on Wednesday at the worst case. The best case,
sure.
he'll hop in Friday with me. Doubtful, but you never know.
You never know.
But thank you guys. Thank you everybody for watching, listening, laughing, just letting your hair down for a minute. Shout out to Stranded for being an amazing mod. We appreciate the hell out of her. Sticking around, sitting there bullshitting with me when there's, I don't even know if there's anybody watching at that point. But thank you, Stranded. You are much appreciated, and you're doing a fantastic job. Shout out to the greatest mod on these internets, Sheree. I hope you're doing okay out there. We miss you. We love you. And get back to us soon. And shout out to all you guys who watched, comment, laughed, everything. A shout out to Smurf coming in, bringing some levity, much needed levity in. He came in.
I love all you guys.
He came in. He helped out. He was great. The greatest of all time. Even if he lost the first one to Apollo Creed.
I am the GOAT.
Thank you guys. And everybody try and enjoy life. I'll be back tomorrow night talking shit, playing games. Maybe we'll get somebody else in talking. If not, maybe we'll get Smurf in talking. Maybe it'll just be me being an asshole. But any which way you slice it, thanks everybody. I will be back tomorrow night. Well, tonight, my bad. And everybody have a good day. Try and take it easy. And just remember, don't take shit from anyone.